I just want to welcome board, staff, and all of our guests. As part of our introduction, and we do have a full-day retreat, I want to make sure that we stick with our schedule, but I want to make sure that we have time to cover everything and for open discussion. As part of introductions, especially since we have 3 new board members here with us today, I was hoping that everyone can just take a minute or two and introduce themselves, their name, their organization, and perhaps what drew them to want to serve on the Florida Housing Board. And so we will start actually all the way to my right. We're going to go ahead and get started with Alex or Alexander?
Alex is fine.
Okay, welcome.
Well, right into the fire. Thank you. I am the, I would say, I was appointed by Speaker Daniel Perez, so I represent the legislature in that regard. I have been doing what is now affectionately called workforce housing for over 24 years. Housing is something that I feel distinctly in my bones. It's something that I know a lot about. But, and in terms of when you asked, why do we serve, it's something that I felt that I can add value. Well, my intention is to. But this is such a unique and interesting position in which we can give guidance and stewardship to a wonderful organization. And I hope that it's something that I can, add at least something to. I run the Prestige Companies. As I mentioned before, it's predominantly workforce housing, built and managed over 5,000 units, over $2 billion AUM, and that's a little bit about me.
Wait, Vice Chairman has reminded me that we should also do a fun fact, so we're waiting for your fun fact. A fun fact about you.
I didn't do it this time around, but I will generally be flying to a lot of the meetings. I'm also a pilot, so maybe that's a fun fact.
If we can look into the ethics of a board member coming from the same area, riding with a board member, I'd appreciate that.
I'm okay with it if
We tried that.
if Laura's okay with it.
I know. Ryan can't make me up either.
Good morning. My name is Ken Pruitt, and I am absolutely thrilled to be able to be a member of this auspicious board. I feel like it's Old Home Week. I've known Ron Lieberman and also Speaker Friedel down there for years and years. Had the opportunity to serve with him during our legislative days. And what has always had a tremendous impact on me is in '92 when I was a freshman legislator, Republican, and the home builders, Ron and company, and the realtors came in and they said, and along with Mark Hendrickson and Jamie, they came in and said, we need you to vote for the Sadowski Act, which was a tax increase. And I said, really? You really want me? And I look back on those days, and it was the best vote, one of the very best votes that I ever took because of the impact that it has not only on Florida, but also as it became really the poster child for the rest of the country. Florida has always had the very best in terms of affordable housing. And of course, with that on top of with Live Local, and it just continues to expand and to grow. Have a small consulting firm. Also had an opportunity, Towson, I'm not going to age Towson here, but he was a professional staffer in the House whenever I served there. Served 19 years in the legislature, 9 years of that in the Senate. Then I moved over to become the property appraiser in St. Lucie County for 6 years, so I have that under my belt as well. And the great fact that I have is my bride and I have been together for 44 years. And the fun fact that we have is we have 6 granddaughters, and number 7 is coming in December.
Wow.
So
Congratulations.
That's our fun fact. I'm sure.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
My turn.
Okay.
Yes, Ron Lieberman. I've been here, it seems like forever.
It's 92, Ron.
Huh?
92, right? That's when you voted, yeah.
Okay. Actually, I was one of the people on the courthouse steps in 1992 when they were presenting that bill.
All right.
The home builders all came over,
Right.
and we were on the steps of the courthouse. And,
Very well.
okay. Anyways, something about Ken. I absolutely represented the home builders when they were trying to kill Sadowski. And Ken was an advocate to keep it. And there was a lot of votes to kill it. There really was. And thanks to Ken and several others, we managed to save it. We didn't get any money, but we managed to save it. It was very important. I'm a home builder and built thousands of affordable housing units down the whole I-4 corridor, and did a tax credit deal back in 1992 when you didn't have to score that well to get funded. I think we scored like 85%, and, you know, where would that get you today? Nowhere. But we did a 212-unit affordable housing project in Orlando. And a fun fact, mentioning Ken and I, we were the first two recipients of the Champion for Housing Award from the Housing Coalition. Ken and I, the same day, received that,
Long time ago.
which I don't know how long ago that was, but
Long time.
I'll have to add those to my remarks this year. No.
Morning, everyone. I'm Ryan Benson. I've been serving here since I was appointed by DeSantis in 2019. So we've seen a lot of change here. I also served as chairman of the Florida Home Builders Association, formerly president, by the way. We changed to chairman now to make more sense. So chairman and president of the Florida Home Builders Association in 2025. My profession is I am a home builder down in Southwest Florida. We build primarily in Naples is our corporate office. I live on Sanibel Island. We have an office out there as well. We're one of the larger builders in the luxury space. As Governor DeSantis said to me on the phone, you're on the opposite end of the affordable equation, which I am. And we enjoy that. I enjoy working on the other side of my professional equation in this capacity. So that's a bit about me. Fun fact, I have a couple fun facts. So I was a pilot, and I crashed and totaled an airplane on my first solo, and my wife told me I wasn't allowed to fly again. So I won't be joining you in the, well, it might be bad luck. Yeah, or play the lottery, right? Like whichever, yeah. My other fun fact is our family has an egg farm out in Alva, which is about an hour outside. It's in Lee County, but out east. So that's what we do for fun. That's what I got.
Love it. Good morning, Sandra Vesey Einhorn. I have my own consulting company, SVE Consulting. What brought me to this board was when I started in the nonprofit space, I realized how critical housing was. I had never experienced housing insecurity in my life and was just really taken to the impact that housing insecurity and housing instability has on households, and then therefore on government, on our nonprofit system, and on the taxpayer. So I first went up to Tallahassee in the late 90s, early in my career, and wanted to know where the housing committee was, and was quickly laughed out when I realized there was no actual housing committee. And so as I started to learn about the work of FHFC, it really interested me. And so when Governor DeSantis became governor, I was pleased to have been appointed to the position. I love being here. The staff you will not find a more talented staff. You will not find a staff that works harder. I'll just quickly say that during COVID, Florida Housing staff came up with a program. The acronym was CHIRP. And still many years after COVID, I will tell you that it was arguably the most effective and efficient government program that was delivered during COVID. It saved dozens of developments. And so I've really been proud of that work. My fun fact, only because there's new people in the room, is that I speak fluent Hungarian as a first-generation American, and I know that everyone's been sharing their former Senate president stories, but as a first-generation American, it is truly because of the brilliance of Senate President Pruitt and the Bright Future Scholarship Program that I was able to go to college. My parents did not do Florida prepaid, and were it not for Bright Futures, I don't know that I would have been able to graduate from UCF. So Ken, thank you for that. I'm going to toggle between. He insists that I call him Ken, just like Larry insists that I call him Larry, but that's not how I was raised. So if I interchangeably say former Senate President and former Speaker, you will know why. But really happy to have all of you. Welcome.
Good morning. I'm Towson Frazier. I'm with Florida Commerce and am the new designee and most likely permanent designee from Commerce. I've been in and around housing issues for close to 30 years now, since starting in the House Majority Office when President Pruitt was there and Speaker Creedle. Actually, my first day as Communications Director in the House Majority Office was the day after the 2000 elections. So I got to take Mike Fasano around to all the tents and CNN and Fox News and Italian News and everybody else that was there for that 36 days of recount. And I always, when I was in the majority office and the legislature was in town, I always tried to be the first one in the office. I don't think I ever beat President Pruitt into the office. He was almost always there in the majority office having a cup of coffee by the time I got in. And fun fact about me, I've got 4 kids. One started 5th grade, one started 8th grade, one started 12th grade, and the other is at USF in her 2nd year. So we have a busy household this week. And I also have chickens, and I've got 8 chickens, and they give us more eggs than we know what to do with. So that's me.
Am I on? First, I want to welcome the upper chamber to the board. And if it really gets problematic, just refer to Ken, okay? But again, I'd like to welcome both the Senate President Pruitt and the newest member at the end, and I'm sorry I didn't catch his name, but anyway, I think what you're going to find, this is a great board to serve on, an advisory board to serve on. It does a lot of good for the people in the state of Florida, especially those in the need of affordable housing. The staff, I don't think you could find a better team that continuously works for the best interest of the state of Florida in a very impartial way, which is another good thing. You know, it kind of feels like old home week with the Senate President down there and Townsend. Just a little fact about Townsend: he used to keep us from being put in jail. We would want to do something, and he would come in and say, "I don't think you want to do that unless you want to be in Rayford or somewhere in Stark for some of the things you're trying to do." But he's done a good job throughout his career, and I know that he had served under Alan Bentz, who I understand right now is in the local hospital here. And if we could say a prayer for Alan, he's in need of a liver transplant. But anyway, welcome, Townsend. And I also want to share with the new members, the current chair and co-chair have done a remarkable job in conducting meetings and in a very efficient way. I think they both should be appointed for life during the entire board. I think I heard a second down there. Anyway, I don't know if I have a fun fact. I'm a pretty boring guy. But if there's anything that maybe people are surprised about, I'm into old muscle cars and have restored them, sold them, bought them, lost a lot of money. But I grew up in that particular era. And currently, for those who may know cars, I just completed a restoration on a 1969 Dodge Dart with a big block, that's the Mopar term, big block automatic. And it's, I'm glad my wife is understanding. The checkbook is a little thinner, but anyway, I enjoy doing that. It's a distraction. In my former life, I was a home builder. Had been elected to the local county commission for 8 years. That's why I think the governor appointed me, because I had local government experience, and then served 8 years in the House. But with that, again, welcome new members. I'm beginning to feel more senior now, other than age, on the board. And I think I got appointed, Angie, didn't I, 2004 or something? I don't know. You don't have to look. That's okay. I know my term's coming to an end soon. So anyway, welcome, and looking forward to the workshop today.
Thank you. All right, Angie, I don't know if you want to introduce any of the staff that we have here for the benefit of the new board members, or if they all had the chance to meet them at their orientations.
I have a spreadsheet. I have nothing to add.
Okay. All right, well then, that being said, I am going to turn it over. I believe that we are starting our morning with Bill. Good morning, Bill.
Madam Chair, good morning, our other board members, and thank you so much for taking your time today to do this. The staff really enjoy this on an annual basis. We put a lot of work and kind of emphasis on doing that because of really all the efforts that you all put in to help direct the functions and the mission and the priorities of the corporation, and in turn, you know, the staff and its all the units and its goals and priorities. And what I'm always proud of is that we have a true team, from our board members to our staff to our stakeholders who we work with. It feels like a real collaborative process, and that gets things done. I think that's kind of what really keeps us here and keeps us doing what we're doing. And our Madam Chair said it all really when she started out this morning is if you have housing insecurity and don't have housing stability, it's difficult for any of us. It's difficult for us to have financial security. It's difficult for raising a family and children. It's difficult for all aspects of life. And I hear it way too often, and it's sad that it's a cliche, but, you know, I worry every night as if my children are going to get a good meal, and that I spend most of the day figuring out exactly where they're going to be staying tonight. And housing insecurity for some of our most vulnerable populations are families and individuals with special needs. And
So, sorry, I don't want to interrupt you. You're on a roll. Just want to point out to you guys that you have folders in front of you. There's a notes section in there if you're interested in taking notes and making discussion points for later and all of that. So you do have materials in front of you with places for that.
And you also have a handy dandy new wallet card.
Yes, Katie will talk about that this afternoon. So, sorry, Bill, go ahead.
So really, and as you all know, and you all have been very supportive in the corporation's work in how helping to assist some of our most vulnerable individuals and families gain housing stability and everything that comes along with housing stability, greater self-sufficiency, greater education opportunities for our children, long-term greater success, greater opportunities for employment, stable employment. So today, really what I'm going to be talking about, and there's been a lot of conversation throughout, the year at our at our board meetings and with our board members around supportive housing. So just really quickly, supportive housing is really, first off, affordable rental housing. So housing that the families and individuals can afford. And the key part of that is supportive housing also facilitates and promotes through supportive services, coordination between the property management and on-site supportive services, and collaboration with the community to, again, promote housing stability and retention. The real key point is to access to community-based services. And really, when we say community-based services, it's the appropriate community-based services. It's not using the emergency room as your primary health care. It's using case management services and employment services instead of a kind of working through crisis stabilization services, law enforcement, and other things that really, again, just help somebody maybe survive and not be successful in their communities. And again, it's focused on serving our most vulnerable citizens, because supportive housing, and we'll talk about it a little later, supportive housing and what we define as permanent supportive housing, those developments, that we finding are really for a relatively small number or percentage of our population. Often households with special needs or individuals with disabilities or key need groups who, say, are youth aging out of foster care or survivors of domestic violence, maybe not have maybe a physical disability or other disabilities, but again are at risk. But often with our other kind of strategies that support these households, they don't really need this permanent supportive housing where there's intensive wraparound services, housing stability, there's on-site support. They really just, once they get an apartment or a home they can afford, then they have the stability to take care of some of their short-term needs or be able to access the services and employment and stability in the community. So mainly for permanent supportive housing, we are looking at really the goal based on an assessment that we did back in 2021 on the need for housing for homeless and special needs households. We're looking at around, and we have to update or revise that number every so often, but we're looking at a goal of financing around 12,800 units across the state. And one of the key things, which I'll show, will you, Katie, go to the next slide, is right now we're around between active and pipeline units, we're at 7,300 units. So again, that number, that goal may change over time, but we're feeling real comfortable about how, hard the stakeholder community, our board, the corporation has worked to kind of address this need to the point of being somewhat the envy of other states around the country, and really starting to see now that the developments and units are in, many of them are in operations, that what the impacts, the positive impacts are. There's a lot of challenges we still have to work. This is not, as you all know, this is not easy, not an easy business. It's not something static, but we wanted to also show that a real goal of ours was to focus on where the greatest need it was, but also realize in our studies that we had to work hard to try to equitably distribute this housing option around the state. And some of it was encouraging some of, at that time, early on, our key supportive housing providers to move outside of Miami or to move outside of Pinellas County or move outside of Jacksonville. And, they stepped up as well as bringing, other entities, into the role. And the range of housing options, and that's really a philosophy of ours. We realized one size didn't fit all. That was a real important to also provide financing opportunities for a range of housing options, which can be anything. In some cases, we will have, a 10-unit development that's in a neighborhood, very integrated in a neighborhood in a Pinellas County community. You wouldn't know it to be any different than any other, home or duplex on that building. Two very large, very supportive housing focused developments of 100 units or more in Miami-Dade. And then the whole range in between. And really focusing, again, on the key points of housing stability, access to community-based services, employment opportunities, and greater self-sufficiency for that family. And again, we serve persons with mental illness, persons with intellectual and developmental disabilities, youth aging out of foster care, homeless veterans, so there's a whole range. Yes.
I was gonna ask, and board members, you could feel free to ask questions. We don't necessarily need to wait until the end of the presentation. I want this to be a working workshop. Of those 7,300 units, and I know that I've asked this before, but specifically because what you pulled up was one of our behavioral health sites, how many of those 7,300 units might be at risk with HUD's new definition of permanent supportive housing and who could live there, specifically for the behavioral health sites where their conditions might no longer qualify for ESH?
We have been looking at that very closely, and we've been literally following everything, on a weekly basis. Really, we've kind of said, let's, stay the course and see what's happening before we kind of jump and kind of make any major changes that may kind of impact us. And that has worked, and the board has been really supportive of that. That has worked through our past, during COVID, during other issues. But right now, there's a couple areas that we're watching, and that's the HUD, it's the homeless continuum of care funding for permanent supportive housing. So basically, for the most part, this is a rental assistance resource that the local homeless lead agencies can provide to supportive housing providers and really the residents to help supplement their rent. And the big key of that is formerly the rule was 70% of those funds that are allocated to a local homeless lead agency for supportive housing assistance could go to that rental assistance.
Right.
Now they lowered that to 30%. We did a very quick but detailed analysis of what was happening with each of our developments and what the challenge would be. Some of them relied heavily on that resource, but most of them did not. Or as part of what we'll talk later about is the capacity, they had other resources or could react, or they were seeing that something might happen such as this. So there's been a lot of strategies to kind of react. And Zach Summerlin, who's our Director of Policy and our Supportive Housing Coordinator, I just asked him to give me, an update on that. And I talked to Sandra Newsom, who's from Carrefour here, who was actively working on the notice of funding opportunity for that resource. And HUD pulled that back again last week. So it doesn't mean that it's done. That's just a tentative stay by the court system. But it'll probably come back again in the 27, 28 cycle. So we'll still have to watch it, but it will be a hit, but it'll be on more of a case by case, if that makes sense.
Do we need to make any changes to our RFA to ensure that the language fits HUD's new recommendations and priorities?
At this point, I don't think so, because I think the concern, or what I would recommend at this point that we do not, is because that may change the whole emphasis of what our focus was on permanent and not transitional housing, meaning that the provider decides if you're, and I'm exaggerating here, but it used to be the provider says you have 3 months, and if you're not better in 3 months, you still have to leave. This is more of a leased, and you have the same rights and responsibilities as any other tenant in rental housing, and it's all, again, about the time to really allow that person to gain housing stability, help fix the issues, or get the right services so then they can continue to move on.
And I would assume that our stakeholder network that applies for these funds would know that we are not going to suddenly start to cover rent just because they're looking for a new rent subsidy or supportive services. So for some of the newer board members, supportive housing has been a passion and a priority for this board. From time to time, there have been nonprofits that have come to staff asking if there's any flexibility around the use of funds. I have been pretty adamant that our funds should be going to build the buildings of who is going to live there and not for supportive services. As someone that works in the nonprofit space, I'll tell any nonprofit, don't come to us for supportive services or for rent assistance. Go out philanthropically and find that. We are here to provide you with the opportunity to build actual units. But with all the changes at HUD, I know that the risk isn't necessarily directly to our portfolio. I just don't want any of our partners to come back to us and think just because we might have available funding that we're going to be able to fill their gap for some of the changes, for some of the very real and fundamental changes that they are going to have to make in who goes into their units, having to adhere to that.
Now, and I'm sorry, go ahead, Rob.
No, I was just going to add, so my notes from last year's workshop was we thought the total need in the state was 18,000 units. And at that time, we had 800 in the pipeline. It looks like we're doing better now, 1,600 in the pipeline. Is that 18,000 unit need still flat or up or down, or what's the, and the reason I'm getting at it is this seems like one to me where if we've got 6,000 units in the ground, the total need's only 18,000 units. It's one that's pretty achievable, just like by setting out a roadmap for it. But how do we see that 18,000 unit need moving?
And I'm sorry, I don't know the 18,000, the number that we have is 12,800 from the,
That's way better.
12,000, okay.
We're way
So the need-
closer.
I mean, yeah, so the need
We're
went
more than
down by
halfway there.
6,000 units, that's fantastic.
No, and the reason I ask, sometimes we're dealing with
50% there, good job.
with so many different data points
Yeah.
and
I
data
guess it
studies.
depends on
I'm
how
like,
you evaluate need, right? Like what's the, but,
like, oh my gosh, we have another,
SH, All right, I'm revising
Yeah.
it for next year's conference. Can you lower the requirement then to 8,000 and then we just do that?
We check the boxes.
So,
Cool.
that's a
Florida
really good
solves
question.
state.
Yeah.
And that's really part of, again, kind of our focus, the corporation's focus and the board's focus for a good few years now with the creation and the development of the data management unit, the whole focus of having really close collaborations with our stakeholders and our coalitions about kind of what are they seeing, what are their needs, what are their issues, how is supportive housing impacting the clientele that they're working with and the numbers that we work with. And Zach, again, is, he represents Florida Housing as we're a required chair at the State Council on Homelessness. And, he reports back to me, every month. And one of the big issues has been, and I'm looking at Steve, he was our early representative as ED on the council. But he hears back from the council, which is both public and private entities on that council, that our efforts at Florida Housing Finance Corporation, especially around permanent supportive housing and some of our other initiatives such as LINK and working with youth aging out of foster care, clearly in the homeless world and those homeless that are most needy have made a significant impact. So in that point is we're always trying to assess what that is, but we feel that based on that study, it's now, we're going on 5 years old, but we're feeling comfortable still around that 12,800. Again, with knowing that the bigger number of, households that are special needs and homeless really need more of that housing they can afford with maybe community-based supports.
Bill and I have been speaking several times with Secretary Kelly about jobs and job training, and Bill is going to put together a report working with supportive housing providers because Secretary Kelly mentioned, tell us, give us an idea of what we could do. And Bill's been working on that, and hopefully we'll get that to Commerce sometime in the near future. Also, I wanted to mention that I visited many supportive housing provider units, and as a matter of fact, at the last meeting, I actually met with the Els Foundation and visited their property there, and it was amazing what they do. But having worked with a developer from South Florida who's doing a project in Titusville, they can't find enough resources or services in Titusville or Brevard County that they can do in South Florida because there's nobody there to do it. So Bill and I had talked about possibly getting something together where there's some statewide providers for projects in those kind of areas, because there's very little ability to provide the job training and other things that really have made a difference in our projects. They really have. And if you haven't visited some of our supportive housing projects, it's job training and, getting jobs for those needy special needs renters in our project are very, very important. And I know that you're going to continue to work on that.
So, Bill, I can get to you. Ron, in South Florida, I work with a nonprofit that it's called Happy. They specifically exist to provide workforce training opportunities for persons with special needs. And I know that they're working on something big that they would also like to roll out, so statewide. So, Bill, I'll get that to you to connect with Larry, and then if you can connect Larry with Ron and see if there's any synergies there, but they've got sort of the infrastructure that perhaps might lend itself well to what you're looking for.
And what I did find out also was there's several larger corporations like Publix, Holiday Inns, and whatever that, if we get the residents trained, we'll very well like to hire them. So there's a lot of major corporations or companies that would love to get trained supportive housing.
That is true, and we're
Residents.
going to be talking a little bit more about that in a minute. I think you'll be happy. But can you go on to our next, thank you. And one of the things last year, if you remember, we really talked about the evolution of, where we, around supportive housing, priorities and strategies to date. And last year at the retreat, I promised then what we would do. There were a lot of questions concerning around provider capacity. And one of the things that we said, it was most of our work at Florida Housing is the supportive housing in general is relatively new to the corporation as a new priority and strategy. But we had focused so much time on learning about it and focusing on trying to develop the housing and the properties and what it means. And now we're in that phase where you actually have a pretty significant portfolio of permanent supportive housing properties that are in operations. So we get to see, the development, but now we really see what happens when you open the doors and what is needed. So one of the things, just to say that as we promised to talk about from last year is just, I won't read all of them, but just kind of focus on a few of the things that we're doing on a regular basis right now, and we have over the last couple of years, is, we're continuing our research on the supportive housing developments within our portfolio, also in what we've learned that needs to be tweaked over time in our RFAs as to incentives, requirements, continuing to address because of so many different households, from homeless veterans with mental illness to young adults with intellectual disabilities. There's, again, it's not like one size fits all type of thing, so we're keeping up on that. A major issue, as Sandy was just talking about, monitoring legislative and regulatory actions that may impact supportive housing, not only kind of at the state and local level, but also the federal level. One of the things that we're doing, had just done an analysis on the Road to Housing Act. After it went into law, there were a number of sections that impacted veterans, impacted extremely low income households, impacted lower income residents in rural areas. So we're continuing to monitor that, work on that, integrate those things into kind of our strategies, if we possible. The other thing is we're looking at and really kind of continuing to focus on how do we kind of build capacity for providers, developers, owners, operators of permanent supportive housing, again, at all levels. But how do we also keep the wheels going and continue to support those permanent supportive housing providers who have been doing it, who have proved themselves and can get us units on the ground, which is the most important thing. And then the biggest thing has been really from all aspects of, from our PLP, our pre-development loan program, to our request for applications, is refining the eligibility for organizations, because we have learned that there are key things, that to being able to do this and be successful. And it's not just about us and getting, the units on the ground, but also in some cases, especially working with smaller or newer nonprofits without a lot of capacity, it's doing these organizations disjustice or an injustice also for having them kind of go down the path of thinking they can do this and come into permanent, and then they end up spending hundreds of thousands of dollars and then realizing that maybe they should have done a feasibility analysis. And we're thinking, how can we be more involved in that to help them? So those are the things that we've been working at and also implementing into, some of our next year's or next cycle's RFA requirements. It's a key part of our pre-development, what we're proposing in our pre-development loan program changes in the rule is really enhancing, but also kind of tightening some of those eligibility criteria. So again, that we can really focus on building the capacity of those organizations which all covers that follow the best practices or have the organizational structure and capacity to make this happen.
Has the Florida Housing Coalition ever considered at their statewide conference doing a breakout session for providers in that space on, hey, you provide services really great, you've considered, developing before, like pre-PLP, here are some considerations. Here's the conversation you should have with your board and your staff, and here's how you vet a developer. I mean, in my experience, there have been some really great public-private partnerships between a high-quality provider and a developer that, creates a joint venture to deliver PSH. But we've also seen, circumstances where the nonprofit completely got taken for granted, and basically the developer just used the nonprofit. So is there a way whereby we can, and when I say we, not us, because we pay Florida Housing Coalition for, to do all this, but is there a way to have either at the conference or some sort of session where nonprofits that are really good in this space that are looking at it can convene, learn best practices, and make sure that they are prepared long before the formality of the PLP or even long before a formal conversation with Florida housing staff, just so that they can do proper due diligence, A, to protect themselves, B, to protect the process, and C, to ensure that those units that get delivered are closer to some of the best practices that we've seen as opposed to some of the not.
No, I think that's, we have focused this year, our part of the Florida Housing Coalition conference. One of our sessions will kind of be on
Great.
provider capacity or what we're seeing that would make a successful nonprofit. We're also through the Catalyst program looking, again, more and more of opportunities for that. One of the things that we work to keep distinct is when the Florida Housing Coalition is providing kind of their education and technical assistance, they may be working with entities who are doing very small local projects who won't be coming in for some of our very traditional or sophisticated, financing. And then there's others where we kind of want them to say, hey, and you can always come and talk with Florida Housing staff. We're always available to help. We even provide information as what you should be looking for when you are looking for a consultant or when you're looking to start talking to developers, and then somehow figure out how to keep it distinct. So one of the issues that we recently had, because the coalition has a nonprofit institute, and that's part of it, is some of the participants in that institute thought, okay, if we get a certificate with the institute, now we can just come in and we will be eligible for applying for the 9% tax credits. And what we're trying to explain, there's a lot in between that.
Thank you.
Just to mention that Secretary Kelly, Alex, mentioned, whatever Commerce can do to help when it comes to jobs or anything, or training or anything like that. He was very supportive and said, just let us know, and we'll help where we can. Isn't that what you kind of got out of it?
Yes, exactly. Katie? You still good on time? These are these are the current key supportive housing activities that we talked about that, will help not only our existing developments, but also kind of new developments where, again, we're not kind of take over, we're not going to be paying for services, we're not going to be, being the key rental assistance provider, but there are some things that we're trying to kind of work with them to help them. One of the key things that we're looking at is to next year with our supportive housing stakeholders, and we've already talked with them, is to apply for the HUD Section 811 project-based rental assistance, and this is for adults with disabilities. So it's again part of that project rental assistance that HUD is doing with their elderly housing and 811. So they're kind of getting out of the capital financing business and more looking to put their resources in rental assistance and subsidies that would tie to like low-income housing tax credits, developments and things. We aren't basically a Section 8 rental assistance administrator or provider, and there's a lot that's come along with that. In the state of Florida, we have about 108 local public housing agencies that do that. But what we're doing is we have talked with our state public housing finance agency, which is North Tampa Community Development Corporation. They're willing to administer, because they have experience administering 40,000 units with rental assistance or operating. They're willing to administer the program for us, and then what we have to do is work with Department of Children and Families and the Agency for Healthcare Administration, because they're the state Medicaid provider. Again, really just to sign off that they agree that this is a need, and what our goal was, and we have to workshop this and work, because the application would be, we would apply for it sometime next spring, and it would provide a maximum of about $10 million in rental assistance. That would be project-based. And what we thought we would do is we would work with the stakeholders and propose that the rental assistance would specifically be tied to our permanent supportive housing developments. You can be that specific with your approach in the application. So we got some work on that, but that's one of the kind of the opportunities we're looking at to assist, because the State Housing Finance Agency and the State Medicaid Agency has to partner, but we won't have to do the day-to-day administration, which would be a really big challenge for us.
Excuse me, Bill.
Yes.
Have you all talked to the folks at Florida Commerce? Because we've got the Bureau of Economic Self-Sufficiency, which handles a lot of programs that are similar to that, with LIHEAP providing assistance to pay utility bills. And, they go through the process of making sure people are eligible and making sure the funds are going where they need to be, that kind of thing. Maybe that we could help a lot, kind of show you the model we've got, and
That would be great,
maybe even, help put it together.
because that's one of the models that, we carefully follow, and they're good models, but I think that would help also, and also help to bring our DCF and ACA on board also.
We recently signed an agreement with DCF to be able to get a lot of their data, SNAP data and that kind of stuff for that program so that we don't have to reinvent the wheel every time someone applies.
It really takes a collaborative effort, doesn't it, to get these things moving. And so I just wanted to show, and we can talk about any of these, of just all the kind of different efforts and strategies that we're doing on a regular basis. And again, when I say this, you know, we're working with our stakeholders, like the Corporation for Supportive Housing, and pretty much all the units within the corporation, you know. Of course, Melissa's, you know, multifamily unit, David's home ownership unit, the DMU, our legal, to really work through a lot of these. The key one I wanted to point out, what we talked about earlier, is the Employment Services for Supportive Housing Residents Assessment. This is what we've been working on with Ron, and it's really, again, focusing, what we first had to look at is are our permanent supportive housing developments and the owners and operators, as part of their supportive services, are they providing employment services, case management to the residents? And that really means is kind of helping them access the right services in the community or the right resources in the community that can help them not only from training, but to find a job, and even in some cases, you know, at a Publix, there'll be a job coach that helps that individual until they're used to doing their, you know, their responsibilities at their job. And one of the first things we wanted to find out is, and say, yes, we can definitely say that each one of our permanent supportive housing owners has relationships, has a program, but also has relationships with either CareerSource. All of them had a relationship with CareerSource, with Florida Commerce. Other very specific, like it could be with persons with disabilities or persons with developmental disabilities, a specific local or regional provider of employment services, or something very kind of unique to a key clubhouse, you know, that are actually part of the community service rooms within a permanent supportive housing development that provide a lot of employment support and resources for persons with mental illness. So we kind of got that, you know, rolled out and happy to hear that. But we also then needed to know what were the challenges of employment services for individuals with disabilities or special needs. And we really came back to, it's a bunch of best practices. It's making sure that there's consistency across the state as to kind of what's available based on the needs of the permanent supportive housing resident, but it's also, what does it mean on the other end who's providing the employment services? There's some really unique services or qualifications of that provider or something that really not only gets the individual connected, but keeps them involved in the employment services. So we have been talking, again, Corporation for Supportive Housing, and the providers have been really helping us through this analysis. And so we are, have entered into a contract, or will be entered into a contract where they're going to actually do a kind of a statewide assessment of kind of what is needed, everything from interviewing all the employment service entities to working with other states, seeing what's best practices in that area, and they're hoping to do it within 6 months, and it's a pretty extensive, I can share what the scope of services is, and then they will come back to the board and staff with kind of what they found, and then recommendations as to the next steps. And I think a lot of it not only be helpful to us, but it'll be helpful to those employment services providers because they're hearing specifically from those residents who need that assistance, but the case managers that are helping them access that employment services.
Wonderful. Any other, I don't know if that, okay, good, I'm sorry.
And then, really quickly, these are the efforts that we've been doing, again, with kind of what we're learning now that supportive housing is in kind of that next phase of the evolution of operations. And we have been doing active development site visits. That means sites that have, or properties that have been in operations at least a year. And it's a pretty extensive site visit where it's, we prepare with the property about 8 weeks before we attend the site or go on the site visit. And we have a very specific standardized set of questions for everybody from the owner to the property management to the supportive services staff to resident council. And we have really, that has been quite an exercise that we have found out a lot. And we're just really pleased about how well everything is going. There are some hiccups along the way, let me tell you, but, and we're learning together, which is, and then again, we provide a lot of staff, provide a lot of technical assistance and
Yeah,
oversight.
how do you and Zach balance you providing the technical assistance versus referring them to the Coalition for TA through Catalyst?
I think for us, the technical assistance that we provide is very property specific and very RFA specific, and they're extremely nuanced, if that makes sense, because my staff are so involved in the projects. So the technical assistance from, say, the Catalyst program or the Coalition is more generalized, or if they're working with PLP
It's specific.
applicants. But what we found, it's been so necessary since we know the deals, we have access to our multifamily team, we have access to our credit underwriters, to we really, and some of it is very little, we're just available for questions and things, and others where we realize that, hey, you shouldn't have moved
Right,
all the residents in one day,
correct.
and thinking that was a good idea.
All
So to working through that.
Excellent, okay. Any other board members with any questions?
I had a question, going back to the need study that you guys did for 12,800 units. You mentioned that it's already about 5 years old. How often does the corporation look to update those studies? Are the goals and priorities as set by the board or by Florida Housing weighted throughout the state? Is it looked at on a county-by-county basis? Are we trying to allocate it where the need is greatest?
Yeah,
I think we're
it's a very, very good question. Some of it is set by legislative statute, as to the distribution of resources, board focus. Also, we really follow our adopted, for the corporation, our adopted strategic, 5-year strategic plan. And supportive housing is one of the key priorities of our corporation's plan. We follow that. And then we also, which we're getting better on an annual basis and more so, with data sharing and doing what we're doing better with having access to data and reports, of looking at need and looking at supply on an annual basis, and then just kind of following from a policy perspective, not only development, but how are things being implemented, what needs to be tweaked, kind of along along the way, but it's a combination of a lot of data, working with stakeholders. That assessment that we did in 2021 was a very nuanced, specific assessment, that we really worked over a year on that. And so, but we now have the methodology, and we're actually looking at when do we have to kind of update that to get those very specific, more specific data.
So when you're looking at the allocation of resources for the supportive housing, it's not necessarily what the study may show by county or location. You're still looking at what the policy objectives are as a whole in terms of statutorily funding.
Yeah, there is some discretion among staff and the board, but overwhelmingly, everything is dictated in Florida statute, and in essence, it's our job to execute and ensure that we are abiding by the spirit, the wishes, and the intent of the Florida legislature.
Katie, can we move quickly through I'm not going to go over this today, but, go back one. I'm not going to go through this today, but based on our work outlined in that previous slide, these are the best practices that we're really finding that seems to make sense that I want to be able to share with the board. We're sharing this with the stakeholders and the public, but it's really coming down to some key categories of what makes what we think are best practices and will be a successful permanent supportive housing development. Yes, Ryan, I'm sorry.
Ryan had a
Bill,
follow-up.
follow up to Alex's question. So the 12,000 units determining the need, that was from a 2021 study? And who did that? Did we commission it or did we do it?
We did it in partnership. We contracted with the Corporation for Supportive Housing
Okay.
Coalition, and then we worked with, we had representatives from every agency that serves persons with special needs, Department of Children and Family.
That was when the legislature created the special committee?
Right. We had it's a work group.
Right. Legislature convened a work group.
Okay.
Yeah, I remember.
So legislature convened a work group. We took all the different stakeholders in that space, put together everyone's best information, came up with the number of 12,000. We commissioned that.
We commissioned that, but
Or the
that wasn't
legislature did.
specifically-
Wasn't part of the work group?
Yeah, we were voluntold by the legislature to convene this work group
Yeah.
to look at housing for persons with special needs, vulnerable populations,
Great. So
right? And out of that came this report where the 12.8 number came out of.
12,800?
Yeah.
Is that 12,800. So we have that from 2021. When do we want to do that again? Because to Alex's point, I think we look back 5 years, 2021 would have been the throes of COVID, right? I mean, I question a lot of the information. that
COVID
came out of-
was over in Florida by that time.
Well, COVID was over in Florida 2 weeks after it started, but the information that we were getting then.
Would have been,
I brought, like, in
Would have been
general,
Lee.
the census, which had a lot of crap in it. We had, like a lot of stuff, bad information. So to Alex's point, is it time now to commission a new study to see, are we, I mean, is 12,000
What we doing?
still right?
no, I think, and that's good. And one of the,
To put words in.
One of the things that we did, why it was so nuanced, is we worked specifically with the Agency for Persons with Disabilities. We worked for DCF, with DCF. We worked with, so we had their client numbers. We had their information, which was much more nuanced of the information that they collect on those that they serve or those that are on their waiting list. So we used some of that higher level data, but we really focused on what we knew about those. But you're right, it's time to do it again.
Perfect then. Could we go back and we reassemble the same group and get the same information, but with today's date on it?
I think that's a great idea, if the board recommends.
What do you need from us to be able to do that? I know this is workshop, so we can't do things.
Wrote it down. We'll be talking about it at the office.
And then are we allowed to, like, action that we can take on it if needed from us? to
Yes.
Move forward with that? Thank you. Sorry, Madam Chair.
Not at all.
I need to kind of roll this up so we can hand it over to, but just again, to talk about also with the Policy and Special Programs Unit, we work very closely with Florida Commerce and the Defense Support Commission on kind of addressing, the needs of each of the eligible military installations. We also work with the VA. There was some challenges because it's at least 50% of the units have to serve active duty personnel, veterans, and then a small a portion of that would be homeless veterans. So there was a lot of local collaboration and local pooling, having MOUs. And so we have now 7 rental developments after 2 cycles. This was part of the Live Local Act Innovation Funding, the $150 million.
Military.
So we're really excited, and we were really pleased for our development community to kind of take that on, because in some ways it was very unique, and some of the challenges related to especially serving active duty personnel.
So I know that Townsend has a question. If we could have staff email this out to the board, just in case we have any questions on anything we didn't cover. I'll let Townsend ask his questions. I guess Ron has another question. Does anyone else have any questions? So we'll do Townsend, we'll do Ron, and then we'll wrap you up, and then we'll move on to the next one.
I could cede my time to Bill.
No.
My question goes back to the rental assistance program you're talking about. How do we make sure that doesn't distract from the main mission of Florida Housing Finance Corporation? Because it sounds like what you will have to do is stand up an entirely new program. To do that with the eligibility requirements and everything that goes with providing that rental assistance to folks. And have we looked at making sure it doesn't distract? And part of that, have we looked at other agencies that may have a similar program where they could just add that to the list of things that they work with people on, rather than creating an entirely new program?
And is that in specific to the project rental assistance from HUD, or?
Yeah, the application you talked about to HUD for the 811
Yes.
rental
Yeah.
assistance program.
And again, it would be, the focus would be looking at, not for that only to stand it up, it would be one more eligible resource for the permanent supportive housing developers and the residents who need, the disabled residents who need that rental assistance, as other resources are kind of changing or moving away. It's kind of just one of our part of, again, looking at facilitating options. That wouldn't be the only program, because it would help with about 100 residents. It doesn't take away, I think, in our opinion, because the focus is really greater self-sufficiency, more employment. It's also with some of these individuals who are living in Section 811 for adults with disabilities, many of our residents are actually in the workforce, our permanent supportive housing, even our permanent supportive housing. And the majority of our residents in permanent supportive housing aren't extremely low income, but a more specific, a higher proportion of persons, because they're our most vulnerable citizens, and some of them have really significant disabilities, that actually their income may always be such as like SSI. And again, this is a small number of units that this one resource can assist. So we're hoping it's just kind of a complement of our bigger mission in supporting these, again, very developments that are serving our highest, most vulnerable persons in the community.
Ron?
Yep. I would expect, Bill, that the number is going to be much higher than you think. As you know, I have an autistic daughter, and there's large meetings of groups of autistic parents, and they're all worried about where their kids are going to live and when they're gone. And so it's a much bigger issue than, that may be able to get out of an analysis.
And the thing is, again, we have to, as Allison had said, is not kind of just focus on, kind of one aspect. Again, going back to that range of housing options, like, for example, there are many persons with also who we see that have special needs or are youth aging out of foster care, who again don't need the model of permanent supportive housing as
So
it is.
really, the assessment is meant to be more of a macro system-level snapshot of all vulnerable populations and not just narrow to, say, an IDD.
And where the 80% to, I guess it's 88% in that study of homeless and households and persons with special needs really just needed housing that they could afford with access and did need permanent supportive housing. That's why we had that
Okay.
number.
Any other questions?
There was one more. I probably should have apologized earlier.
I'll do- yeah, I'm definitely
These
okay.
questions, some of my questions may be more procedural questions. But regarding the updated study, once it's produced and you have an idea of where the greatest need is, you're obviously handicapped by certain statutory constraints as to where the funds can be spent. Is there a greater flexibility in saying, if Duval would have, is due by the current policy standards, 2% of funding, but Duval is showing that, in the new study, there's 18,000 units instead of 12,800, and they're showing that there's a much greater need in specific counties. Is there diverse funding sources or other ways in which, Florida Housing can funnel money to actually address where the need is, as opposed to arbitrarily using some kind of matrix?
Your first meeting is a perfect meeting because one of the things that we will be discussing today is what the board does to the extent that the board has discretion to fund additional development. So the short answer to that is yes. And then the longer answer is stay tuned for the rest of the day.
And Alex, you may have seen me look at Angie and look at Sandra when you asked that question.
Yeah. So we'll talk about that more. But Bill, thank you. I know that we went a little bit over time and we started early, but I think that this again has really been a passion and a priority for the board. I think we've been really happy to see the impact that we've been able to make across the state for vulnerable populations. So Bill, thank you for that. We are going to take a very brief 3-minute bathroom break. At 3, yeah, because we're already 5 minutes after. And then, Van, we're turning it over to you. Thank you.
Well, you got
Way
one
back.
more shot.
Who are we waiting on? We've got Ryan, we've got Alex.
I tried.
Senate President is making his way back.
No, Mario joined us?
Yeah, where's Mario? If Mario is not joining us, then I might move Larry over.
Unless he likes being by himself down there.
You can switch them. Mario will never.
Although I think
Is Mario coming? Angie? Is Mario coming?
he was, yeah. You caught it at the end. Yeah, you caught it at the end. Because if not, then I would have
Hey.
said CSH.
Mario! I just said, is Mario even coming? And you
We
walked
were
in
ready.
the
Yeah,
door
we were
1
ready to
second
boot
later.
you. I was moving Larry over.
That's great.
All right, we've got everyone. Oh, we're waiting for
Mario
Mr.
introduce
Lieberman.
himself once,
Where's Ron?
Ron already knows Mario. You should have
Yeah,
Mario.
Ron knows Mario. So while we're waiting for Ron to come back, Mario, before you joined us, we asked all the board members to please introduce themselves, share why they serve on the board, and a fun fact about them. So I'm going to put you on the spot because you're late and let you do that while we wait. And if any staff member that's towards the back of the room can just yell out there and let Ron know that we're getting started. I don't want him to be surprised.
That's
We
Chris's.
started with Adam. You're on.
So Mario Ficella, originally from Virginia, been down in Florida about 32 years, I think, now. And fun fact, I don't know, I have a lot of fun facts.
What do you do, too? We're talking about ourselves, like we did introductions, like your profession, why you.
Okay, right on. So, so I am in the banking industry. I've only been in the banking industry, and I specialize in commercial real estate. And I really have done that most of the career. I did spend some time in wealth management for about 5 years, and but also focused on a lot of real estate oriented clientele for that bank. But married, two kids in college, which is fun. And yeah, I mean, the reason why, affordable housing and what we do is important to me is because I sort of lived it in my childhood. So, when I was given this opportunity, I really kind of jumped at it to see if I could help add value and make a difference.
Great. Thank you so much.
Fun fact, huh?
Yeah. Fun fact. Can we get a fun fact?
Oh, fun fact.
Larry?
Oh, here's a fun fact. So everybody knows the band Hootie and the Blowfish. So
Really invest.
when I lived in Virginia, we were throwing a big party at our house, me and some friends who lived at that house. And we had a choice. We had a choice of going with a band that I managed, a band called Vibe, or going with a friend's acquaintance knew Hootie and the Blowfish. This is before they were famous. We could go with Hootie. And so Hootie was charging $400 and Vibe was not charging anything. So obviously we went with the no-cost band, which was a great band too, but we could have had Hootie at our house playing a party.
Based on where that was going, I thought you were going to tell me you were one of the original members, so that's anticlimactic, Mario, but I'll take it. Correct. All right, we have Mr. Lieberman back. And so, Van, I know that we are starting you off a little bit late, but I do want to remind you you're standing between us and lunch, so take
Yes,
it away.
no worries. I will wrap this up after 127 slides. So, good morning. I'm Van Gottel. I serve in the capacity of the Managing Director of Data Management. So there's a lot of management in there. And the DMU is what you hear us referred as. That's the Data Minion Unit. That's what we call ourselves. We have minions everywhere. And I actually checked the copyright, and since we're not using it to raise money or make any money off it, I can use those in my slides. So it's hard to believe it's been a year. I bought this jacket hanging on my chair a year ago to wear to this and was told by a little birdie, if you see certain members come in their jacket, put the jacket on. Otherwise, just hang it over the chair. This is the second time I've hung it over the chair, so thank you very much. And let's see here. So time does fly, and lately I don't fly when I take a corner too fast on my bicycle. It's a long story, and I will just tell you, always wear a helmet, okay? One of my colleagues that we were working with, that works with Kevin and Jean, actually sent me a picture of her helmet saying, I heard your story. I'm an avid cyclist. I bought a helmet. So, yay. I know I'm between everyone in here and lunch. I can hear stomachs growling from here. But I just want to take a minute to thank David Hearn, sitting back here, and Brian Spalding. David is our Chief Information Officer. Brian Spalding is the Director of Security, and they have, IT security, not like front desk security. And They have been instrumental in helping us get a lot done over the past year. And another thing that I often say is that the DMU stands on the shoulders of giants, and we do. Those giants are Nathan, Rob, and Blake down in IT, the original developers, who have had over 60 software applications running, building, maintaining for decades, and they rock. So, and we work closely with Rob in what I'm going to talk a little bit about here in just a minute. So the DMU was created to address some of the complex needs around the accessible, complete, accurate data. And with 274,000 plus units in the active lease-up or pipeline, and almost, we're 5 shy of 2,200 developments, including pipeline. And then the people in this room, y'all generate a lot of data. See, it's not our data. We just wrangle it. We make it look pretty, we clean it up, we do a lot of curation, validation, research. And so, yeah, there's a lot of data out there, and there's a lot of moving parts to doing what we do. It is unreal from the RFA, through the application, through change requests, through credit underwriting, everything that happens all the way around, even after that deal's closed with name changes, or, hey, we finally decided on a name. And we're not going to call it some acronym anymore. The board packet, we're developing a tracking log for everything in that so that we can make sure it gets changed in the systems and addressed by people who need to address it. It'll ultimately be automated. So there's just a lot going on every single day. And the team is basically, my marching orders were build the team for the next 20 years. And that's what we're doing. I come from a software development background. I started a company a long time ago. I've been in the affordable housing market for 30 years. I counted it up this morning. Wow. When I sold my company, actually Florida Housing, I knew a lot of people in Florida Housing for a long time. And so I ended up working here, and it's been an absolute blessing at my age to get to do an enterprise software development project once again. It's amazing. And I'm supposed to wrap up the year of what was accomplished, and it's impossible. There's just too much. Every day is a startup in an existing corporation. And so I had a startup. I did it. Been there, got the Marriott status to prove it. So, yeah, pay for it with a pound of flesh. So I'm going to give a little bit of the backstory and then get into it. Katie, next slide, please, and thank you for driving. So those of you who were here last year may remember that Nancy Muller was contracted to come in, and she was the former managing director of policy, retired. Bill, it was her successor. And she did a long, deep analysis of everything surrounding multifamily data. It was specific to multifamily. We did not work on single family at that point in time. That'll probably come in the future. I don't know. But she looked at the multifamily data infrastructure and the data processes, how people were using it, and she really left no stone unturned. She interviewed 26 staff. She grilled or questioned us, and for those of you who know Nancy, it was a grilling. I've always admired that about her, her ability to say, I have a cue for you. And off she'd go. She would ask the hard questions at the drop of the hat. She'd look at you and say, I don't believe that, prove it. And that was good because we were operating on what we had discovered over the years after the unit was formed and while working in these systems. And we had a 5-year roadmap laid out. And she came in and her job was to make sure we weren't all just blowing smoke. So after that, she presented the report here, and the board has supported us, the staff has supported us. It's been wonderful. By the way, I get to watch all these people on the Florida channel whenever there's a board meeting and see how great they are at public speaking. Yeah, they get to see me once a year, get nervous and go, oh, God, I'd love to be behind my monitors and working with my data team right now. So forgive me when I take frequent sips of water.
You're doing great, man.
I'll get through it, I promise, before lunch. Katie, next slide, please. So the primary areas of focus were the process of plans, third-party software, and she really looked at how it either helped or hindered us. What impressed me was how long she took in talking with people, and especially on the technical side, to really learn. I mean, she knew about the data, she used it for years, but she learned that tech side. And she wanted a simplified map, which is up there, of how our data flows, coming in, going out. And that is incredibly simplified because the map that actually came from, that we developed, is massive. And so that was in the packet last year as well. The package was 40 pages long. So, Katie? The high-level findings, gosh, I'm going to totally rip off the Dorothy's Chant and the Wizard of Oz with findings, approaches, and plans. She really found that some of the software did not serve well in our workflows. The reasons for that are because, there's not a whole lot of HFAs as a market. And the software companies that serve those HFAs, basically, they say, okay, the small and middle markets, there's a bunch of those. Florida ain't no small or middle market. We're a big dog. And we have to adapt to their workflows. They're not going to be able to adapt to ours. It would cost them so much money to try and maintain two separate systems. So we ran the numbers. We came up with where we're headed. And we are addressing those issues. I'm not going to read all of them off, but she ended up with 3 priorities: the system-wide modernization and need for data infrastructure and software applications, software application modernization, which is happening, and happening through IT is on the developer side there, and new greenfield development through the data management units developers, and infrastructure redevelopment, and including using the software development lifecycle to make all of these things happen. Next slide, please. So in an analogy I think many can understand, this was our rough out year. It's similar to a multifamily AC, rehab, and new construction job. We acquired a whole bunch of legacy data, legacy infrastructure, and we drew up the plans, which are our requirements, et cetera. We hired the builders, that's expanding the teams to develop this. We source materials, which is mapping data elements to a single source of truth, which is incredibly important, and I'll touch on in a few minutes. We prep the foundation, data warehouse, more on that later, Azure Cloud as well. Building the walls, we're in the dry, as my dad used to say. He owned a construction company. I grew up swinging a hammer. Installing security doors, the National Institute of Standards and Technologies, guardrails, and OWASP for web standards, running the plumbing and wiring, which is the shared packages, and USWDS, which we'll talk about in just a minute, and then fitting out the individual units. And one unit is basically the application. If we're developing an application, we're doing a custom unit. And I know you don't do every custom unit when you do a multifamily development. But what we're doing now, and what we've really done over the past year, is we have put together, with the help of IT, and Brian in particular, that foundation, the walls. We've built the building, and the units are roughed out. So now we're starting to build the apps. Each app in a unit served by that wrapper. So when you build an application, software application, it is built to the multifamily business unit specific need, but we don't have to repeat all the software that surrounds it. So we spend the time to build that building. Then, as we're building the apps, we will literally save hundreds of hours of developer time going forward. We have a lot of apps to build. Next slide, please. One of the things we did after kind of looking at the infrastructure and all is we had to inspect the old building before the rehab and new construction starts. We started subscribing to a software application called Data EDO, which is the #1 data governance platform in the world, voted for the 3rd time in a row. And oddly, it's the least expensive. They're a relatively new company, about 7 years old, and they're hungry, and they are eating Oracle's lunch. So we are benefiting greatly from that to be able to map all of the data across 21 different multifamily databases, to trace their lineage, meaning we know where the data comes from and we know where everywhere it goes, and classifying the data, working again with Brian, is getting a Microsoft standard, a global standard for classifying levels of sensitivity. Using Data EDO, we're putting those classification labels on and hoping at risk committee soon we get to vote that in. And then finding dead and duplicative data. This was and still is a big issue. There was a lack of, well, Bill said very recently at a senior management meeting that we hold on Thursday is the trust has grown so much in the data. And it's hard to give a report to someone and say, okay, here are the caveats. Well, why isn't that in there? Well, we're still working on updating that. And we're literally going one data element at a time, and we have done a lot. You'll see that in just a moment. So because there was not a data warehouse built that was, everybody said, I trust every bit of data in there. The developers would say, I'm going to source my own data, build my own tables. So we ended up with redundant data all over in these databases. So after finding all of these, now we know what we should keep and protect for the future and what we can literally scrap. And we've gotten rid of gigs of dead tables, attached full databases. It's kind of fun when that happens. Next slide, please. So we did site prep. Got the lay of the land. We studied the legacy data warehouse and took a D6 cat. Bulldoze that sucker. There is not a single dependency left on that old data warehouse. We are completely rebuilding Data Warehouse 3.0 from scratch. Trying to do a renovation on it would have been, it had taken a year just to get the code done and rewritten. So scratch, we're knocking it out. Snowflake schema, which is the standard schema to make sure that all of those pieces of data that make up a fact about something like the property's address are all single sole source of truth and only put into the database after that's validated. So we're building a very clean, trusted data warehouse that will maintain the history of every change. That's that type 2 English, please. Every change is kept. It's kind of like a building permit folder where you keep, you can go back and say, when were those renovations done? And all of that information stays for everything, so you'll have historical records on all of the data. Next slide, please. So the building and the units we're building in the Azure Cloud platform. David and Brian selected the Azure Cloud because it has zero trust model, which I'll get to in just a second. And I will also cover very quickly the reasons on this. I will say up front that we have constructed the architecture with Brian did the architecture working with Jordan and the DMU, and Jordan built the platform. And the platform supports everything the developers do. So they go in and they give the code and it pushes right on up into the cloud, and it's the same every time. It takes the human recoding everything for every app out of the loop, and it makes it much safer, much cleaner, much faster. So the developer basically hits a button and it's published into the next level, whether it's dev or production, with safeguards, of course. And then the units again go inside that platform that has been built, or the building that has been built in the Azure Cloud. The zero trust architecture means that there's always verify, always. Next slide, please. And every door, every person, every device is checked every single time. No one gets a master key. Even Brian doesn't have a master key. Everybody gets checked. It's incredibly secure. There's also a shared responsibility and reliability. Microsoft runs all the patches. They keep everything up to date. And they literally daily patch, sometimes 2 and 3 times a day on what they call zero-day vulnerabilities that we may not learn about for 24 to 48 hours or even longer. So there's that shared responsibility in the platform in Azure. Cost optimization, and the caveat here is no organization has ever, no corporation has ever, no individual has ever moved to the cloud to save money. The only way you optimize is you're not paying for resources that stand up when you need them and drop down when the demand tails off. So you're not keeping the light on all the time or the heat on or air conditioning on all the time. Only when you're using it. And so, yeah, that helps. But it ain't cheap. Performance efficiency definitely can scale up or down literally on demand. If all of a sudden you get 10,000 visitors to a site that usually has 100, it's up, it's running. So we have the tech team, which is basically what I was talking about on that side. We also have the data team, and the data team does the validation, does the research, does QA, literally from application through invitation to credit underwriting, board approval, tracks it on the board packet tracking log, all of those pieces, all the way through the change requests. It's a lot of all those moving pieces. It's a lot. And so we also took over recently entering the entities because ProLink HFA, where this data is housed, has a schema for credits, tax credit deals, a schema for loans, bond deals, and a schema for property level information, except some of that property information ought to be at the TC level or the loans and bonds level. And very little, if any, information talks back and forth between those schemas. Almost none of it validates. There are things like first placed in service date in credits where there are literally 5 places in 3 schemas that you have to enter that data. None of them propagate, none of them validate. All of that extra effort was on the entities in credits, entities in devs, entities in the property level. And it was all on the team down in multifamily doing that work. Their focus should be the deals. So we took over doing the entity entry at the property level, which is where the data is finally pulled from for reporting. And we also now enter the property level. We've been QAing it for 2 years. And I will say that multifamily in federal programs, Melissa, everyone that works in those, to a person is thankful when we call them or chat them, say, hey, did you mean to do $99 on that credit pricing? I want some of that action. And it was like, oh, I forgot the decimal place. And so some of them we fix automatically, and now we do a lot more of that. And so they can focus on their deals, which is where they need to be focused on. The system that is being developed, it's all under one schema that works together in that big building that we're building out now. And they won't have to do that kind of work effort. It'll be one source of truth for every data element in one place, and that'll keep maintained and validated. So, next slide, please. The DMU, the Data Minion Unit, we research, we validate, we revise, we input, we backfill, which is another construction term when you're filling in the footings and foundation. We curate across all the multifamily business units, and we also provide literally daily support. We review the logs of everything that happened in the system from the day before, and we spot the differences, and we reach out and help, and we start putting in property data. And we don't find errors every single day, but we have a list that we're working on all the time, and we keep working through that list. We're also going back historically for things that were never entered in any of the previous systems and entering those so that we'll have the data as we move forward. Those missing properties, Laura. Yeah, so let's go to the next slide, please. In the past 12 months, we have, just the data team has entered into ProLink HFA 75,000 revisions or data elements. And that does not include all of the conversations, the direct team support, the chat, email, et cetera. Processed over 20,000 monthly occupancy reports from our portfolio. The occupancy reports come in every month. We get over 1,640 average in 12 months. We're over 1,760 a month now for current. And often we end up reaching out to the people submitting them from the wild, as we say, those managers out in the field. And they are, taking care of their tenants and everything. And then it's like, oh yeah, I've got to do this report. So we will help them correct and even rebuild their reports if they're broken and get them resubmitted. And we provide over 200 standing reports and ad hoc reports for internal and external dissemination. The annual report is a big process every year, and we've cut weeks off that preparation, and we've taken a huge burden off of multifamily. We do the research up front, then we send it to Melissa and her teams, and instead of getting 80 columns of, hey, is this right? They get exactly what goes in the annual report. We've triple checked it, and we say, we believe that this is what should be there. And it was the cleanest run we'd ever had this year, with the exception of those pesky 4%. But we're going to get there. And again, QA at every stage, all the way through from application to entity relationship changes, et cetera. Next slide, please. Some of the cool stuff we're working on. Dashboards for staff research. You saw one of the maps earlier talking about the units distributed for permanent supportive housing. Next slide, please. All of these can be filtered. They can do self-reporting, and all these data sets above and below the graphs report or export to Excel. Clicking on the whatever you can filter by funding source or anything. So on the far right side of that graph is back in like 1989, and the left second one from the end, that was last year. You can see in the past 6 years, gone up just a little bit. So all of this data and being able to look at it and screen it helps inform us on the future direction of the organization, everything from hiring to roadmaps and plans for what we have in place. And we've got a 5-year roadmap through year 1, and now we're working on years 6 through 10. We want to have the plan out there because I won't be there forever. Yeah, next slide. We can track the hurricanes. Hopefully we won't have any this year. And we can show the shaded areas are the IA declared, the individual assistance counties that FEMA had declared. Tells how many units, how many developments were impacted by the storms. We're also right now in the process of writing a new application where the software used to come in, the reports would come in on an Excel format in an email. We'd extract it, push it through, add a whole bunch of data manually, correct everything manually. About 50% of them are wrong. We're building a web portal for that will not let the errors come through. Same thing for annual owner certification. Next slide, please. We can do all the layers now in the Affordable Housing Institute, and we can ping against our real-time data. There are several layers in there, and if they make a layer for Esri, we can ping our property portfolio against it. Next slide, please.
Van, just real quick, specifically going back to the last slide, have you reached out to any of the educational universities around the state? And I only ask that because I know for a fact that Miami-Dade County, through the University of Miami, has a super cool dashboard layer housing thing. And so it might be interesting to see what they have and whether or not there might be anything that we can leverage or that we can model, because what they have in Miami-Dade County through is super cool.
Cool. Thank you. Next slide, please. So the left is a half of a whiteboard in my office, the mind of a madman. And that's from brainstorming to the finished product on the right, which is the annual owner certification, which used to be you download a Word document from our site. This will go live this year for the first time, or for the reporting for 2026 AOC. We have a full workflow behind it. It eliminates email, which email is a huge security threat in any organization, in any corporation. And I know David has said that we're going to have a big push in 27 on reducing the amount of business we do by email. This is just one example, and it was the first one, so we could gel the new development team and get them working together and get our foundations built. Next slide, please.
And then every once in a while, he'll see he won't, unrecognizable little sticky that, a few of us will add to his chart, but he always finds them and takes them off his board to do the board.
We put them in order, yeah. And there's a lot of thank yous I can't say out loud because all my colleagues know me. I get emotional about our mission, about our work, about the people I work with. It's an incredible group of people, and our mission is critical. So the Data Minion Unit, that's what we call ourselves. That's my team right there, and they're amazing people. And we're getting ready to bring in the next group. Last slide, please. That's a lunch wrap.
That's a lunch wrap.
Um,
I mean, I know that he wants me to say Ken. I'm looking at him, and I really just want to say Senate President. Ken, question, go ahead.
Dan, extremely impressive. Thank you. This data into the board, congratulate the board and to the professional staff for expanding the data environment. It is critical, particularly, you have Katie visiting with the legislators. They're going to be asking you, okay, how many units have been built for Live Local?
And
Every time that she needs to go and report, because the legislature, they're particularly the professional staff who's advising the speaker and the president and the chairs, they need this information because a lot of times the question we get is, well, how come you haven't spent the money that we've given you? And you're critical in terms of putting that out. I'm also a huge believer, to Alex's point, we need to determine ourselves on this data instead of relying on third-party sources. I'm not talking about the University of Miami.
Right.
There's a lot of data information that's available. Obviously, you want to utilize all of that. And I think it's critical that you continue in this board. I really applaud you, Madam Chair, on this and the board, that we need to depend on our own data.
Right.
Because that's going to help us determine in terms of our future where this board needs to direct, obviously, the funds as well, obviously along with the legislature. But finally, I just want to end by saying, I don't know where AI comes into all of this.
all over.
And it's going to be something where there's going to be a plan that's going to be needed, whether or not you've already started on that. But when you look at the major corporations in this country, they've already not only embraced it, but they're utilizing it in ways that I never thought in my lifetime would happen. So
Either.
that's my I'm not looking for you to comment on. If you want to, you can. I'm just saying, are we going to have a plan for AI in terms of how we start to utilize that in the future as well?
It's already being strategized in our policy place, and we're taking them risk steering committees looking at it. And I can tell you that I'm hoping to prove we can take any money you give us and invest it, and we'll get it out the door.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, let me take Mario and then Ron, anyone else, and Ryan. So we'll do Mario, Ron, Ryan. Anyone else in queue for questions? All right, go ahead, Mario.
So, Van, thanks for the presentation. A lot of it, or most of it, was really with regard to like internal. So can you just speak briefly on external users, inquiring about data, from the corporation? And then like part B to that is, who spearheads the search engine for Florida housing and specifically for, available rental housing? I had a recent experience because my daughter has a good friend who's looking for housing. And, I sent him to the website and he found it very difficult to use. So then I decided to use it, and I also found it difficult to use. So I just wanted to ask those two things.
So most of the external requests I get are from someone in this room saying so-and-so, the legislator, needs some information, or Commerce or the governor's office. And we pull the report. Sometimes they're canned, ready to go. Other times they're ad hoc, and we put them together based on what they need. As far as the housing locator, that is contracted to a third-party vendor. And there's discussion going on actively even today. Bill is the person I've known for a long, long time around that. And so that's one of those projects on the whiteboard. But, yeah, that would be a discussion outside my realm.
Do you get a lot of that in terms of people finding it hard to use and locate?
We're finding more and more, in fact, we've been doing kind of analyses and kind of looking at other options and working with the provider. Previously is because the focus of the locator's services is really to have the available units listed and not just be a static site where it'd give you the properties. And a lot of times what has happened is because we had such high occupancy rates, there weren't a lot of available units. But in general, we found over the last year or so that we feel that there has to be significant kind of updates and revisions. Like, for example, what happened after the hurricane season, where we contract with the provider to do really significant disaster research about available units. And we allow them at that point to put on kind of the temporary housing, which could be anything from a comfort suites to transitional, more short-term housing. And they're having a challenge kind of putting that during non-hurricane seasons, and we're kind of the back end where you do a search and then the hotel, an Embassy Suites comes up as one of your first. That's a problem to us. So we're kind of working through those, and we're just in general looking at ways to improve that site.
Yep. Looking at this card here, at the last, at the ribbon cuttings I've been in the last month or so, I've mentioned $1.7 billion instead of $2.7 billion. I'm $1 billion off for some reason.
Rounding error.
Anyways,
Yeah, right? It's quite a change in decimal there.
quite a change. Anyways, do we have the ability to give the economic impact per legislative district, where we can send that information to the legislature and to per district, so they know the impact of actually the total activity, $12.7 billion worth of total activity? I mean, if we could do that per legislative district, or, that would be helpful, I think, to Katie, for sure.
Yes, and I see Kevin getting his mic ready.
It's on. It's always on.
Okay, so we do a state of Florida impact, and so, we can probably figure out a way to do that. It's not set up that way right now. Some problems is you may have a property that's funded by 3 programs, and each of those programs has an economic impact. You can't add them together because they're leveraged against each other. So you have to net them out. So I'll have to go through a netting out process, not as a statewide, but as a district or something like that. So we have to, that would be a task for me to look into, but that'd be a great idea. I like that.
Okay, well, but based on, what Ken mentioned, I think that would be very helpful.
Yeah.
That each representative and each senator knows the impact of this $12.7 billion last year to their district.
More on that later this afternoon.
Okay.
Ryan, I believe you're in queue as well, sir.
Yep, and I'm making us some lunch, so I'll keep it brief. So first off, amazing job. Love what's happened in the last year. Your presentation last year was great. So exciting to see it all come into play and do that. So I appreciate it very much.
Thank you.
You, so I have, I guess, some questions, and maybe we can talk separately. In some of our meetings, in the briefings ahead of the regular meetings, we've been talking about AI implementation and also using AI in good and bad ways, right? So good use of AI for us, looking at compliance reports and seeing if we can drill down to, common scenarios, magnitude of issues, all that. Some handcuffs with what we're allowed to use because of security reasons, not necessarily what I would use in the private sector because it's state business and there's more private information there that we can't do. But I'm curious as to how you think we can, with now our data organized,
We're working
our
on it.
data clean, working on its way to be organized, cleaner-ish,
There you go.
kind of. How we can use this and what technology and what the board can do to approve for you to spend money to get us more efficient, more accurate information to help drill down on problems. That's my question one.
Okay, don't ask the next one, I'll forget it.
Okay.
So this is one of the things and reasons that I thank David and Brian this year is standing up Azure, but also standing up the infrastructure for us when we're using VS Code, Visual Studio Code, and writing SQL or writing the back-end code or the front-end code. Being able to use Anthropic's models through what's called Microsoft GitHub Copilot. Microsoft bought GitHub, and so GitHub still runs it. It's owned by Microsoft now. We're able to generate an incredible amount of documentation. We're checking for errors in the code. We're still writing the code. But big chunks, you can say, hey, this is what we're doing. Can you help me out on this? And it's there. It's proven. That's what it cut its teeth on. And the models get better. I mean, 2 years ago, they didn't exist.
Right.
Now they're everywhere, whether you want them or not. There are things we're discussing throughout the corporation about, pros and cons, good and bad, all those pieces, risk committee. And so we're using it extensively. As a matter of fact, we just added $1,000 a month last month to the token flow because, as Brian said, the tokens must flow. And so they take on the spice in Dune. So we're really using it in very cool ways for documentation, for executive level overviews, through staff, through the whole tech stack. We're using it to generate new job ads that are Azure specific. I would hazard to say right now that 4 of my team are in there beating it to death, and learning how to use it is a big part of it. And man, they're learning fast. So we're very excited about how it helps us reduce the time overall.
Yeah, and I love that. And what I wanted to see and what we've been talking about, again, in these meetings, the administrative briefing meetings, whatever, that we're not allowed to have anymore, in that is how can we use this not only on the front end, but also on the back end, right? So front end for gathering information on where we see the need, and using that Schimberg data and how can we make them more efficient, how are they gathering data? That's kind of what we've been talking about, because our data in that we're using to solve problems, as Alex brought up earlier, like it only is good if your data in is good to address the problem you're trying to solve. So how can we use it with that, our good input? And then on the back end, I see the very big benefit in the compliance side, because there's so many reports that are coming in massive. The middle, it sounds like we've got a pretty good handle on. I mean, it's processing the information, managing the existing units in the pipeline, but how can we use that on the back end to identify management companies or developers that are having more consistent problems than others? How can we, great, the magnitude of the problems is what I was trying to do as well. We have X number of issues. What could that be? It could be from a light bulb out to a roach infestation, right? Like, so how
Right.
can we use that to just be able to get that information right away?
Health and safety is critical.
Yes. And I don't know that there was a question in there. I just want to throw out that I want the board to be more involved in both sides of this data because we can really shine and
Absolutely.
have, more efficient information on both sides. My second question, which is much shorter, is you mentioned eliminating email email being the biggest threat.
A
right?
big threat.
And which I get, and I love the idea of eliminating email. I'll say as a end goal. What do you use though in the meet? Like I live in email. Do you use chats? Like what? How do you actually function in a non-email environment?
There are like Procorum is a third-party tool that overall people in the corporation like. They use it as an external collaboration tool. They still get way too many emails and send way too many emails. But there are ways to share information back and forth through like these platforms that it started building now.
What's that one called again?
Procorum. It's actually owned by the same company. They bought another company that does ProLink HFA. Yeah, they've got a 5 to 10 year roadmap to move into that kind of method for everything. But there are a lot of ways you can communicate, especially when you do web portals and go back and forth through the portal and notify the person who submitted data, hey, we have feedback. Log in through your app and check it. When Todd was over special assets, now the managing director of asset management, special assets and compliance and the guarantee program and about 6 other things, it used to be our title. When he was in special assets, we started working on looking at the bad actors. And there's been conversation for years about that. And so we're doing some prototype work. There's a lot being done on that right now that is kind of surprising. We discussed it about a week ago. So.
All right. Van, thank you for that. I just had 2 quick things, and then we really are breaking for lunch. One, I'm interested in, and it doesn't have to be an answer now, whether or not any of the data that we have internally, if there's ever any plans to create a forward-facing website, obviously not everything that we capture, but if there could be a component to it that is forward-facing that our stakeholders around the state can access for their data, for their data appreciation, I guess, as well. Only because I'm a data nerd and I would love nothing more than to be able to go to the Florida Housing Finance website and be able to pull data. The second one,
Last year.
right, yes, the dashboard, yes. Second one, and I had brought this up to Angie, but only because it came up, there are 2 very ambitious young men that are looking to create a website called affordflorida.com, and it would be a comprehensive website that would have any and all newly created income-restricted apartments. So it wouldn't just be things that are in our portfolio, and my frustration with the locator in the past has always been, to what extent are we working with other owners of income restricted and to ensure that there could be just one dedicated resource. So Bill, I might just share that contact with you just to see if perhaps there's anything that we can pull, that we could make stronger, that we could share with our current vendor, or maybe this ends up being a new vendor some year, because I know that right now it's a single source contract. Other than that, it is 12:16. Again, Van.
I follow up on something then, Ryan.
We're going to let Ron follow it up, and then we're breaking for lunch. My tummy's grumbling.
Ryan mentioned the Schimberg report, and I remember at the last meeting we had with Schimberg, he asked, how updated was their report? When was the numbers gathered? And are we able to provide them more updated information that when they do the report, I know the report is used not only by us, but several other, I don't know if we can, assist in some way.
I think what we did to assist was talk about getting them CoStar and some of the other big commercial platforms, which they did.
Yes.
And that's helping them gather data. The idea was that they gather data the same way that developers are gathering data.
Correct.
And And so we were giving them the
Yeah.
tools to do it. And Ann came and updated us on that in the meetings that we're not allowed to have anymore, and said, you know, this is what we're doing with this new information to help make our information more current. I
Okay.
felt like we were on a good path towards
Okay.
their information being not census driven.
And they do get our data, our full portfolio every month.
Yeah,
Okay, great.
it's awesome.
All right, we are closing out our data discussion. Who knows where lunch is so that we can direct everyone? Lunch is right outside these doors. It's not the cookies that are right here. And it is 12:18, so we'll see how everyone is eating. What?
Eat fast.
Eat fast. 12:45. Okay, fine. Everyone has until 12:45.
That's why.
The driver.
No, I flew up.
Do you have a plane?
All right.
Do you have a plane?
I do.
What is it?
Beechcraft Baron.
Which one? Oh, the Baron?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, it's G58.
Cool.
But
We're going to sync up for next board meeting, sir. I'm just kidding. It's in Miami. It's in Miami. I knew that.
listen, for Fort Myers, I'm definitely gonna do it. But today I was
And he has to miss that one.
spending the night.
The Miami one?
I know,
For
right?
American Airlines.
Hey, you're missing our Miami meeting? How ironic.
No, I think I'm gonna make it.
Okay, all right. It is 12:51, so I am going to bring us back. I believe we have every member of the board that is here currently in their seats. Thank you very much. We'll let staff get settled, especially, oh, no, David is already there. All right. David?
locked and loaded.
Good afternoon. Let's get started with our home ownership program discussion.
Thanks so much. The person we don't have back yet is Katie to drive the PowerPoint. But
Lauren is
okay,
going to jump
looks like
in
Lauren's
quickly.
going to jump in. All right.
Thank you, Lauren.
So thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the board. Try to put some energy in this right after lunch here to kickstart us back off. But I'm here today to talk to you about manufactured housing. And some of you on the board who are new would not know that in last December, the board authorized us to start investigating using a pilot program for manufactured housing, and authorized so far up to $3 million for us to see what we could do to integrate manufactured housing as part of the affordable housing solutions that we're offering here in Florida. So up until now, how has manufactured housing, been used, or how has Florida Housing interacted in that space? And it's really been just through our first-time homebuyer program, right? FHA will finance, manufactured housing, mobile homes, right? And we will pair our down payment and closing cost assistance, with that if the buyer is choosing, that home as an option. And so that's been our experience with it. Oftentimes, lenders wind up getting in trouble on those loans because it involves, having to, once they're placed, have them declared real property through this long process. They miss the window in order to get that loan purchased. So, not the smoothest of processes, even on the down payment assistance, first-time homebuyer side. But in bringing you up to speed on what we've learned so far, we've learned a lot, and I'll go through what we've learned, in this presentation. But I still feel we're only scratching the surface. This space is changing very rapidly, and I'm really pretty excited about some of the ways that it's changing. So, since the pilot program, a number of staff have actually visited and toured a manufactured housing facility in Ocala. And Ryan, I know you were,
Setting up to go up there. That's Champion, right?
that is a Champion Skyline facility, which I found out over lunch, Larry used to work at back before he was Speaker of the House. So it's a small world, and I've heard some great stories of his time there. So that was fun to hear. But, this space is changing quickly, and we'll go over, some of the legislative and regulatory changes that are taking place. We, of course, held a workshop, had tons of stakeholder input. We'll let you know, in a slide how that all went. Recap some of the financing, resources that might be available, in addition to Florida Housing's funds that could go into a possible pilot program. And then lastly, focus on what we feel are like the most promising ideas and examples and suggestions that were given to us. So, all right, next slide, please. We'll talk about the recent federal changes. So, everybody's heard a lot about the 21st Century Road to Housing Act, and that's had some great changes in it, on my side for the home program and some other things, but it also had some good items in it related to manufactured housing. So, on the federal level, of course, FHA will be increasing loan limits and adjusting, draw schedules to better accommodate manufactured housing to go along with the FHA mortgage product for the end purchasers. But there was a huge provision in here that is going to eliminate the requirement for manufactured housing, the HUD homes, the ones built to the national HUD standard. They will no longer have to have a chassis on them. So, the chassis is usually what jacks it up. You have to have the skirting around, and, you look from the road, you can kind of tell, well, that's got to be, manufactured housing. That's got to be a trailer, right?
Yeah.
It sits on a foundation?
Yes, so what has not been determined is if you don't have to have a chassis, what's going to take its place? What's the structural foundation that's going to take its place here? So apparently HUD has a manufactured housing board. They're going to have to debate that, get input from the industry, and decide what takes its place. But they're still doing some amazing things with the HUD homes that sit on chassis, and I'll go over that here later. So that's the biggest change on the federal level, and by removing the chassis requirement too, the manufacturers are going to be able to, better build multi-story units. So, townhomes, two-story townhomes that you could use infill, in urban areas. Mostly you think of manufactured housing being used mostly in rural areas, but this opens up, a whole new line of, uses for these new homes. Next slide, we'll talk about some of the state changes. So in the Florida legislature, made a number of changes regarding manufactured housing just in this last legislative session. In fact, between the federal and state changes, if I had a 40-year industry veteran tell me that, this is the most meaningful and wide-sweeping changes that, he's seen in 40 years related to manufactured housing. So we're sort of on the cusp of something, brand new happening here in this space. Mostly, the first one you see there, the placement of certain housing, that's a huge change. The House Bill 399, it says that residential manufactured buildings may not be denied a building permit or placement of well, that's the mobile home park one. It's the next one, the zoning of off-site constructed residential dwellings. which says that, you know, a manufactured home, which is constructed in whole or in part off-site and is considered real property, must be permitted in any zoning district where single-family detached dwellings are allowed. So local governments can't zone them out anymore. Now, there are, of course, the last sentence there, local governments can apply some architectural, aesthetic, design, setback, you know, height or bulk standards, provided such standards are applied uniformly to all single-family dwellings in that same zoning district. So again, this is brand new. We're not quite sure how all of that's going to shake out. It could still, you know, be used to try to zone out manufactured housing in certain instances, you know, but this is a great step forward, and I'm going to show you some manufactured housing that will probably meet any of these aesthetic requirements that, you know, are put forward here on the local level.
So David, is it safe to assume that due to the innovation of modular homes, that the state and certainly the feds are now looking to no longer sort of bifurcate between a manufactured home and a home that was built, you know, CBS or anything else? So now it's just a home is a home is a home, and they've updated language, state and federal level, to reflect the fact that a home is a home is a home.
Yes, and I think that's where we're going, although you use the term modular, and that's a good distinction that I can make here. So I mentioned HUD homes, which are built to the federal standard promulgated by HUD. Modular, you know, refers to ones built into built in a factory that comply with local or state or local building codes. So those are more difficult for, you know, a manufacturer to build, you know, en masse because, you know, the different municipalities, et cetera, might have some different requirements, and so they can't just, you know, do what they're best at in a factory, build the same product and have the cost savings that way. So most manufactured housing providers, you know, really prefer to build to the HUD standard, which, you know, passes, you know, all of the hurricane, you know, wind standards, is fully insurable by your state farms of the world, you know. So those aren't barriers anymore. But yes, so thank you for bringing that up. There is a distinction between modular and HUD home. Yes.
So you brought up the insurance issue. So how are the major insurers treating modular or manufactured homes at the moment? Are they still treating them as mobile homes, or are they treating them as single-family residences?
It's my understanding from, you know, the conversations I've had that they're being treated as single-family residences. Yeah, sure.
I had one question regarding the Choice Home Initiative that Freddie's doing. I'm sure Fannie's doing a similar product.
Yeah.
Are the requirements for the elevation for the homes the same across all HUD guidelines? Are we at Florida Housing, are we mirroring that in terms of what we're looking for with the pilot initiative that you were given by the board, I guess, last year? Because in theory, you can meet Florida Building Code or even South Florida Building Code, which is a little more stringent than Florida Building Code. You can meet it without, I'll use an example, a minimum roof pitch of 4 to 12, because you can have you got to have a modern, you know, flat roof.
Yeah.
So are we, you know, in terms of what the board gave you direction on previously, are you looking to mirror these kind of requirements, or you're just looking to make sure it meets code?
Great question, and we haven't determined that yet, but yeah, you're referring to, and everyone should have this handout. It's called Choice Home. This is the Freddie Mac version of what the industry refers to as a cross-mod home. And I will get into this in detail as well as cross-mods and show some examples of those as they come up. But yeah, what you see here is what Freddie Mac is looking for them to finance these, through their financing products, and to also say that, yes, if you use these and you meet all these conditions, then you can, then appraisers can appraise these against site-built homes as well. So you're not just appraising manufactured against manufactured, but it would be appraised manufactured versus site-built. So
It's a comment that, like, the senator and I kind of just made to each other, which is, part of that, rule change that they made regarding you can't differentiate between, these manufactured homes and traditional single families. Freddie's initiative, a little bit about this on the home building side. Freddie's initiative was meant to kind of assuage people's concerns with the idea of, as long as it looks and smells kind of like a single family, we're going to treat it as one with the same financing guidelines. Ultimately, that's what determines whether builders build them or not. And because at the end of the day, buyers look for financing. So it was just, that was, I guess, the question, but I guess you'll get into it in terms of what we're looking for in terms of, I guess, supporting those initiatives.
Exactly, and, local government's view of these homes, is huge as well, whether they're going to buy in. So, yep, great questions, and I'm going to get to that very soon. Next slide, please. So, more changes, through the SHIP program. LHAPs, locals have to include certain strategies in their LHAPs regarding manufactured housing now. So a lot of these, are relate to rental assistance and mobile home park closures, but more expansive strategies are probably likely in the future. This is a first step to, hey, if you're a local government, you really need to have something related to manufactured housing in your LHAP. Whether you spend money on it or not is your business, but it has to be part of that. And Rob Deerduff and his staff have already approved 22 amendments to the LHAPs that have incorporated the manufactured housing provisions. So next slide, please. So when we did the workshop, we had, great participation, over 150 participants. Stakeholders were interested in things like zoning, financing, land acquisition, what buyer interest could be generated, then collaborative solutions, financing, development strategies, where's the land coming from, all of that. And so, we've been able to take that participation and start holding a lot of more, directed and focused conversations with the stakeholders and major industry, players to try to start drilling down and see what's possible here in Florida. So next slide, please. What came out of the workshop are some ideas. Some as simple as, hey, USDA has some funding for construction, and it's mostly, of course, USDA rural development in rural areas. And, we spoke with the state director, and yes, that funding is available, could be used to, construct and acquire land and otherwise get financing available in rural areas. Ideas to utilize it on manufactured housing on a small scale. Again, if the argument goes, if you could just get the SHIP jurisdictions to put 1 or 2 manufactured homes on maybe some infill lots, that they have, maybe they'd see the cost savings, how easy it is, how much the buyers like it, how much they compare, and, then it could grow from there. The idea for still utilizing it for mobile home parks is alive and well. There's one going in the Duval area that's focusing on tiny homes that are geared towards retirees, and in this case, especially, to be marketed to veterans in that area. There's a sort of a smaller pocket neighborhood idea of, not, it's like high quality, small scale with central green in, areas that might have, 10, 12 units, sort of infill. And there's one that's going to be constructed right across the Georgia border from us in Thomasville, Georgia, by a developer. So we're keeping an eye on that. But so far, we don't know of any local governments that this developer has found to work with in Florida. And then the last item is, a 20 to 50 unit manufactured housing development used sort of as a showcase neighborhood. So this is using the cross-mod homes that I mentioned, and we'll go into deeper on the coming slides. But it's a real subdivision. It's what you would think of as starting with a piece of land, and you're going to build not only the roads, but sidewalks and streetlights, and you'll have a homeowners association in common areas. The only difference is instead of them being site-built, they'll be, manufactured housing. So what we didn't have, what didn't show up in the workshop was a developer just coming forward and say, I've got a piece of land that I would really like to step forward and put manufactured housing on and do this. So, instead we've been working through local governments and through some of the larger manufactured housing providers to see, okay, what are you doing in other states? How is this actually coming to fruition? So let me.
I know that we're gonna move on, and I just had a quick question, and I don't know if perhaps other more rural parts of the state don't have this, but certainly in South Florida, where we're pretty much built out, most of the mobile home parks that we're seeing, they're kicking everyone out of the mobile home and then they're going vertical.
Yeah.
So since you met with the Manufactured Housing Association, was there any discussion on what the appetite is for a property owner to continue to hold that property and perhaps put manufactured housing or tiny homes on it, as opposed to selling so that someone can come in and then just build up? And then for us, recognizing that we have a several zero deficit in units around the state, what is our role in working with some of these property owners, and not that we would be the deciding factor, but in helping them provide that balance of opportunity between more density and going vertical, or preserving what they currently have and just doing like tiny homes and manufacturing?
Great question. That did not come up in talking with the FMHA. There some of the state resources, trying to help renters that are displaced, is currently how the state's looking to tackle that problem. But, I know in conversations even with one of the board members that, their companies have acquired some of these properties and been more generous than the law, requires to those renters. But no, it's more of no, it's really time for you to go. Sorry, we've got a higher and better use for this property. Yeah, so have not really found a way to save what was a mobile home park for another type of mobile home development.
David, question. So the $3 million pilot program, what do we, and you could say I'm getting to that in a future slide, and that's fine. What do we want to do with the $3 million? How do we want to deploy that, and to what future scale if we said 3 became 30? So what do you want to do with $3 million, and what does that scale into something bigger, and to what benefit?
Great question. And next slide, financing resources.
Way to tee it up, Brian.
Yeah, the first bullet is the pilot program. So, initially we came to you because after a Freddie Mac Affordable Housing Advisory Council meeting that I was at with some private capital providers and the Manufactured Housing Institute, it looked like there was a lot of private capital that might want to come into this, and so we asked for permission to use the $3 million for guarantees for this private capital. Well, that's kind of fizzled out a little bit, so we came back to you in May and said we might need to use this for additional purposes here. So you guys expanded it to include land acquisition, infrastructure, construction financing, and then the ability to leave some of the construction financing dollars behind for down payment and closing cost assistance for a qualified buyer on the back end. So thank you for that. We have a pretty broad, use of those funds now. But yeah, I'm not quite so sure $3 million is going to get it done on a 20 to 50 unit development. But the one thing we have not gotten back yet, even though we've been working with a couple of very interested local governments and two of the largest manufactured housing providers, is a pro forma, or what's it really going to cost in these areas. So I had to warn Angie, I'm like, I might need to come back and ask for some more money.
Well, to that point, I was going to ask, has Florida Housing issued an RFA? In order to put it out, you got to kind of advertise to put it out. Not that it's going to be necessarily, 80 people lining up, but in terms of getting a performer or having somebody put together a project or what a project would look like, $3 million is probably a project.
Right.
A very small rural project. Maybe to your point, in conjunction with, the USDA 524, is there a way that, I guess, is staff looking for direction from the board in terms of how to get the pilot program kicked off and getting at least one development, under its way and see if it's successful in any way?
Yes, so we think we can get these numbers. In fact, we've been promised numbers Wednesday on a call with, one of the larger developers. And so we're still in a fact gathering. Who are all the parties going to be? Who's going to partner on all this? And, then as we get an idea of how do we move this forward, then we'll know how to craft an RFA to put it out there and ask for the proper things. What we don't want to do is jump the gun, think we've asked for the right things and somebody nobody applies, or, the responses we get, aren't really responsive to what we've asked for, and they ask for more money than we have. So that's where we're at right now.
Was it Wednesday, like yesterday Wednesday?
No, it was next Wednesday. So
next Wednesday.
Yeah.
Did you say to him, hey, I've kind of got this big presentation and the information would be helpful before? Leave me hanging out to dry? And here you find yourself talking with none of the information they promised you?
Absolutely.
All right.
You know exactly how those calls went.
He knows how it happens.
Hey, David, just so that I'm clear, in terms of how we're proceeding or trying to proceed on this, is it kind of like a two-path, like home buyer side and rental side, or is it just rental side that we're focused on?
Right now, it's home buyer side.
Home buyer side.
Yep,
Okay.
it is. That's all that we asked for this one, but no reason why it couldn't, be expanded at some point to the rental side as well. All right, and then the Freddie Mac HFA Advantage program, that's an end home buyer product. And, this, again, ties into the Freddie Mac Choice Home, but HFA Advantage is something that, a product that we use for all of our loans, whether it's site-built or manufactured housing. The problem's been that Freddie Mac discriminated against manufactured housing, and they only allowed a 95% LTV and 95% CLTV, which when you have down payment and closing cost assistance, that doesn't do you any good because you can't, get up to the down payment that a first-time homebuyer really needs. But, fortunately, again, being on there, Affordable Housing Advisory Council has its perks. We approached them, we said, the board has authorized us to go forward with a pilot program here, but this is in the way. If you guys, want any of these loans, and by the way, Freddie Mac has a duty to serve. You might have heard that from the Federal Housing Finance Agency. There's, 3 areas that they really have to hit, and manufactured housing is one of them. Like, if you want us to deliver you any manufactured housing loans, you really need to give us a higher combined loan to value. And so fortunately, they've done that. I think it's us and Kentucky are the only 2 states that they're allowing to go to the 105 CLTV. So fortunately, we have that end homebuyer piece in place now. And so we're really wanting to get the funds out as soon as we can. We mentioned the USDA RD funding already. And then, local governments are going to be key to this. Land, their SHIP, and other funds. How hard is permitting and zoning going to be? And then those with their own city-owned utilities can provide certain incentives along those lines as well. So, again, there's 2 different local governments that we know are very interested in having the pilot program in their jurisdictions, and so they're part of these conversations with the larger manufactured housing providers as well. So, all right, next slide, please. We're finally going to get to what is a cross-mod home. So here's what one looks like from the street, right? It's got, a roof pitch. You think of a, manufactured home, a trailer, right? It's got a flat roof. Well, that doesn't look like it from the street, does it? So while I've got some bullets up here on what cross mods are, Alex, you rightly pointed out that, for all you builders on the board, and there's a few of you that really like the specs and the, what does this really require? It does require a minimum roof pitch. There are certain elevation requirements. It does have to meet HUD's permanent foundation guide for manufactured housing. And then there's some energy efficiency as well as interior and exterior features. So the next slide will,
David, could you introduce us to the person, us builders, that can build for $169 a foot on a site build house?
Yeah.
It's pretty ridiculous.
Ryan was really taken with that
I was,
statistic.
yeah.
I know, right?
No. You get anyone putting up anything for $169 a foot? No?
I used to.
No? Yeah, you should, yeah. Okay, so.
In 19 what?
In 74, we could do a house for $169 a foot.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So for this choice home, is this a particular product that Freddie is supporting, or is this just meant to be the name of the mortgage product that would be applicable to any type of manufactured housing?
Yeah, it's the name of the mortgage product that applies to
I thought.
homes,
So
manufactured
it's any
homes that can
company,
meet these requirements.
Freddie will finance any company that adheres to these standards
Correct.
under this new choice home program.
Yes. So CrossMod is sort of an industry standard. Choice Home pretty much means the same thing, but it's a Freddie branded mortgage
Great.
offering for the CrossMod home. I know it's it's not easy.
Yeah, I think so too.
Katie, if you would bring up the second one, the CrossMod Homes by Clayton. There's a little video that shows how they actually prepare the site and put the manufactured home together. I think it's not the first one, it's the second. There we go.
Sound like.
And here's important, the permanent foundation, so
Love these videos.
Well, that's running, David. Whether it's a site-built or a manufactured house, they still have to meet the same uplift requirements, so there's not really that much difference.
right, there is a chassis on this, so you can see there's a crawl space underneath where they're putting it. And then they have the hinged roof, so that's how you get the roof pitch, yeah.
That's really cool.
And they are building, you saw a garage, that gets built on site. So when you saw the pictures of the garage, that isn't actually built in the factory, but non-heated and cooled on site, and it is connected, actually a door going into the manufactured house. So that's how they actually do it. That's why they don't necessarily look like what you think of as, your grandma's trailer when it's put out there. So Valley Vista Village is a California development using all cross-mod homes. And so this is one I actually was able to get some per square footage information on, although it's, like California numbers. But this is, those are the 4 models that are already built. And down here they do have, oh, I guess we passed it. They have like floor plans of the different models.
Where in California? Yeah, that's literally, it's got to be.
Yeah, I was going to ask how you came up with a California example when I'm pretty sure we're trying to do the exact opposite.
Yeah.
As a rule of thumb.
Because you had to find one that was actually done, and this was one that the Manufactured Housing Institute was showcasing at the Freddie Mac AHAC.
Or it's just its own animal.
What was,
And I'm,
Yeah, no, correct. Our building code.
what was featured at the Housing Coalition conference? You remember they had those in the back?
They did have those. Those did not qualify as cross-mod homes. They were a more traditional manufactured housing.
Got it.
Yeah, if you click View Our Models, there we go. We found it. Thank you. No, you're perfect. So if you leave it right there, the first 2, the Stanton is a 3-bedroom, 2-bath model. The Sycamore is 3-bedroom, 2-bath. So one's 1,350 square feet, and the other one is, 1,550 square feet. So the numbers that they provided me showed that if you do the cross mod and all in, including land, is about $365,000, okay? Which,
Wow.
even for California prices, isn't bad.
That's
The site built, based on $200 a square foot, would be $437,000 for the, again, this is the Stanton. And if you were at $250 a square foot, it would be over $500,000. So that's the kind of cost savings that can be achieved, using these two. They're even a little more pronounced when you get to the 1,550 square foot model. That goes for $382,000. At $200 a square foot, it's $478,000 as a site built, and at $250 a square foot, it would be $555,000. So again, more affordable to first-time home buyers, for sure. Right, and how am I doing on time? I'm probably running out.
You're over, but we're giving you grace because you started late.
Okay, thank you very much.
3 minutes late.
Katie, if you go to the next slide, please. So, this is an example of a site plan, and this is an actual site plan that has been developed by one of the local governments that we're working with. They have a small, medium, and large density version of this. We put the medium density one out there for you to look at, but Again,
Medium density, 2.8 units an acre?
that's what they say, yes.
Yeah, it says, yeah. I was about to say, medium density usually would be like 28 units an acre.
Yeah.
2.8 units an acre.
Large retention pond.
Yeah, I was about to say, that's pretty decent sized lots.
Right, it's, yep, that's what it says. So, and this isn't a, you know,
Yeah.
That's, you know, that's like a 12,000 square foot
yeah. So this, yeah,
lot. Again, mostly for rural, I mean, I think, you know,
Yeah, you're not getting that in South Florida.
yeah.
right. But again, this is important to them to have the common areas like community gardens, playgrounds, clubhouse, dog park, you know, sidewalks, streetlights, you know, and a homeowners association is all part of their wish list here. And to, you know, avoid any like NIMBYism, they really want the cross-mod homes as a local government, right? They're like, we really want it to be, you know, you can't tell the difference between the site built and you know, one of these cross-mod homes. So that's what I keep hearing from the local governments, you know, when they do the factory tours and whatnot is, you know, show us the ones with the hinged roof. Show us, you know, how these get put together. And haven't done a factory tour, though, the inside, which we haven't really focused on, but, I mean, they handcraft their cabinets there, you know, they have.
Yeah, look, they look great.
Yeah, so it's really quality construction. But yeah, so some of the local governments already have site plans, so we're moving this along, trying to, you know, find that sweet spot to be able to put out the RFA.
For any of our pilot programs, are we able to prioritize Florida-based companies?
I think we can, looking at,
By default, because Florida Building Code only manufacturers are actually, right? I mean, I know a guy was doing.
Well, I'm only asking
Florida
because
Building Code.
this is a California example, so I would want to ensure that any
Oh,
of our
yeah, yeah.
Florida, that any of our Florida companies
There-
get priority.
their Skyline Champion has, I believe, 9 factories throughout the state, so.
Wow, okay.
That's not a problem in Florida. If you're doing work up in the Panhandle, though, you may need to, you know, truck it in from Alabama. So that's where the factories are. There's not one in the Panhandle that I'm aware of, but yes, we would want to focus on Florida
Florida business.
companies because having done that factory tour, I'm going to say they had, what was it, 150 employees, somewhere around there. And those were skilled, high-paying jobs.
All the more reason to prioritize.
Yeah, you had the welders for the chassis, you know, you had the carpenters for, you had the plumbers and the electricians, all of that, all under one roof. And like Larry said, not affected by the weather at all. You can work each day under the roof there.
So do you have a sense of, like you gave the example, the California example, where the homes were like in the 400,000s. I mean, have any idea of where they might be here in Florida? Like where that would land?
I don't, as Ryan
That's
pointed
Wednesday.
out,
It's Wednesday.
all of my
Hung him out to dry.
cajoling, all of my,
Poor guy.
yeah,
Already feeling it.
begging, all my threatening, no, I got no numbers.
You got it.
Got it.
So,
All right, we keep hijacking you, and then we're wondering why. It's fine.
that's okay. So example 2 is just that pocket neighborhood I mentioned that's going up in Thomasville, Georgia. That's a
It's very-
site plan going on there. So that'll be interesting to follow and see if that developer then gets a lot of interest from local governments in Florida that might, you know, want to tackle something similar for one of their smaller infill neighborhoods. But to, Ryan, to your point earlier about the financing, you know, we would hope that however much we had to put out, you know, it would be recaptured because as we sell to the end home buyer, all we'd be leaving behind is whatever down payment and closing cost assistance was necessary. So
And I was just trying to figure out what
Yeah.
gap we're trying to fill, right? Like, how do we want to, are we lending it to the developer? Are we lending it to the homeowner to fill a gap there? And I think you answered part of it, so.
Yeah, and these two largest manufactured housing providers, they have their own development arms.
Yeah.
So that's why we're really talking to them, because we didn't have a developer, as I mentioned earlier, that came forward. Yeah, I know exactly how to do this. This is, so that's who I'm waiting on numbers for, because again, they're doing the development soup to nuts, their infrastructure work, everything that needs to be done. So, Wednesday. Okay, then the last slide is just next steps. Again, the continued stakeholder collaboration, leveraging whatever, financing that we can to make this work the best way it can. Keep exploring, the innovative housing solutions that are coming up. Again, you don't have to have a chassis. What's the next structural foundation going? Does that save any more money? We'll keep following that progress. And then we definitely want to put the funds to work. But we're just, want to make sure all the pieces are in place and we get some really good competitive bids once we go out. And that's all I have.
In Thomasville,
I do not know. I don't think they've broken ground yet, but I will check back in and keep track. Yes.
Does
Actually,
any
that's a
mem-
different call. I can call this afternoon.
Does any member of the board have any questions for David? All right, you're good, David?
I'm good.
Thank you very much.
Thank
We
you.
are now going to move into multifamily programs and preservation. I am turning it over to Melissa and Bill.
Hello, guys. All right. Multifamily. So let's just jump in, Katie. We can go to the first slide. So we're going to start out with some successes. I wonder if I could borrow is there a microphone there? So, because it's like weird for me to look over here. So far, okay, maybe I can move this one over. Okay. Or Justine, moving. Okay. All right. That's all right. So live local successes, because we're all sad we didn't get the 150 innovative Live Local sale back, but we want to celebrate the successes because it's been a really great program, and we want to highlight it because we're going to have lots of developments that are coming online in the upcoming year that we'll be able to see. So you all know the innovative Live Local sale funding gave us just like so many different tools in the tool belt to fund different categories, things that we would never focus on in terms of our regular sale financing, and it also allowed us to fund a very broad range of different income bands that we normally wouldn't. So we've allocated more than $500 million to over 55 developments, contributing to the creation of an additional 8,000 affordable housing units. So you can see there in the column on the left, those are all of the RFAs that we allocated these resources through, the amount of Live Local funding that was allocated in each RFA, and then the number of units that were produced through that. And then in those columns on the right are the different categories that those developments were funded under. So if you remember, that statutory language required us to fund developments in these different categories, like youth aging out of foster care, developments near military installations, you have mixed-use developments, you've got developments that were funded in urban infill areas, you have developments that were geared towards elderly population, you have developments utilizing publicly owned land, redevelopment initiatives, and then developments in rural areas of opportunity. That last column there is a significant regional impact. So that is funding that was allocated through the Live Local tax credit contribution program. So we've included that funding in here, and that funding was geared towards developments that were part of a larger master plan that were geared towards making a larger significant regional impact, including a large addition of significant amount of affordable housing. So you can see those are the number of developments that were funded in each of those categories, and they add up to more than 55 developments because many developments were funded in multiple categories. So a development might be serving elderly, but they might be mixed use as well. So they fell into those two categories. So as we see some of these developments coming online, we're going to see some things we haven't seen. We're going to get to see mixed use developments and all sorts of things. So that'll be really exciting. Okay, we can go to the next slide. Thank you, Katie. Okay, so these are the different AMI bands. So we always talked about Live Local giving us another tool in our tool belt because we have been able to serve income bands that we historically have not been able to. So you can see there, we funded over 2,000 units in the 80% AMI income band. We served almost 300 units in that between 80 and 100% AMI, and then we served 667 units at really that 120% AMI income band. But the really cool thing about it is that those units were offset by low-income units. So like while you don't think of Live Local as being a tool to get more ELI units, most developers utilized average income through the tax credit program where they were setting aside half of their units at 80% AMI, but they had to offset those units with ELI to balance out their overall average. So you can see we added 950 units at 30% AMI, and so on and so forth. So these really truly are mixed income developments and something that we just haven't been able to do. So that is, I think, a really cool story to tell as they come online. So the next slide we have, we've got the developments that were funded with that first round of Live Local sale. They're going to be coming online in 2027. This is an actual aerial photo of one of those developments that's under construction right now. So this will be a big year, I think, to be able to like tell the story and like show the success of the program.
Where's that?
This is in Miami. Yep. And this is, I think this was one of the mixed use developments. Okay, all right, so now we're going to talk about some of the multifamily initiatives and things that we've been working on. For the last two retreats, we've talked about timelines because in the past, you all have had your board packages, you get them and you're like, what are all of these extensions? And you guys were seeing historically like extensions that were extending out like multiple times and going out a year. And so that was something that the board said, like, we need to address this. So over the last few years, we've instituted multiple different things in our RFAs to try to sort of incentivize more like shovel-ready deals. So the first, I'll kind of go through what those are because we do have quite a few new folks with us. So first of all, the first year we said, okay, we're going to say, give us your you can submit 3 priority 1 applications. Priority 1 applications like rise to the top in the funding. So if you want to get selected, you're probably going to need to put in a priority 1 app. So you can submit 3 of those. Before you could submit, you might submit 15 applications and then that sort of like triggered the like, I'm going to submit 15 and then I'll work on the one that I get and it may not be super shovel ready. So now we're saying give us your 3 best in terms of meeting RFA requirements, in terms of financial feasibility, in terms of your ability to proceed, all of those things. So we did that the first year. Then the second year, we said, now that you're focused on those 3 really great apps, if you don't close within your time frames, which if it has loan funding, that's 18 months. They have essentially 18 months to close the transaction. On a 9% deal where it doesn't have loan funding, you basically have about 15 months to close. So if you don't close within those time frames, then you will have a reduction in the number of priority 1 applications you can submit in the next year. So then we did that year. The next year, we said, okay, now if you don't close on time, you just can't submit any priority 1 applications in that corresponding RFA in the next year. So we kind of kept upping it each year. So recently, not this past cycle, the cycle before, we integrated what we called like a permit ready initiative. So we put it out as a goal and we said, if you have what we're calling a permit ready deal, we have a goal to fund one of those to see what's the interest. Do people have sites they can use? Can we garner interest in it? And so that first year we did a goal to fund 1. It closed within 6 months, and that was like a great success. The next year, wasn't really sure if we'd have a lot of interest. The stakeholder community like jumped on board and really had a lot of advocacy for it. So we moved it in the 9% round as a preference. So if you had permit ready, you would move to the top in the funding selection process. And so essentially when you're permit ready, you have, you provide, the local government signs a form that says permits are ready to be issued apart from the payment of fees to begin vertical building construction. And then once they're awarded, on a 9% deal, they have 6 months to close. On a sale deal, they have 12 months to close. So in the sale round, we just have it as a goal right now because we really sort of want to test it out, make sure it's working. Those are much more complex transactions in terms of like all of the resources that are going into it. So our first permit-ready deals closed within 6 months in 2025. In our last round, we funded 7 permit-ready deals, and so 3 of those 7 have already closed in 4 months or less, and so we'll have the next 4 that will be closing. So that has been a really great success. You can see in the last 3 years RFAs, we have average time to close on our sale deals between 14 and 18 months, so that's a significant improvement where you guys were seeing some deals like going 24 and even beyond months to just get closed. And then in our 9% RFA, that average is running 15 to 16 months, and again, that's right around their time frame of 15 months. So we think we've seen some good improvement on our timelines. Katie? Okay, so now we're going to talk about our next initiative, which we've been working on, which is our bond recycling program. And so I just really have to give like a huge shout out to like the entire corporation because like we said, hey, we want to do this, but like this is Kevin Tatro. A lot of you probably haven't like met him in person, but he's our managing director over development finance. So he like helped us like put this together. He knows all the numbers. Angie's finance department, Melanie Weathers and Kenny Derrickson, they have been like phenomenal in helping us like navigate. So it really is like a picture of like all the different departments that have all their different skills and expertise like coming together to like make a thing happen. So I'm going to start sort of at like a low level and then we'll get to it, like what it is. It's something we've been doing and we think it's really cool. So we think the board should know what we're doing here. So this is tax exempt bonds and 4% housing credits. So to access the 4% housing credit, it used to be that 50% of your aggregate basis, and you can see aggregate basis there is made up of your eligible basis plus your land costs. So 50% of your aggregate basis had to be financed with tax exempt bonds in order to gain access to the 4% housing credit. So they recently changed that. Last year they changed that 50% test to 25% test. So now developments only have to have 25% of their aggregate basis financed with the tax exempt bond in order to gain access to the 4% credit. And that, the initiative behind that and why it was changed was like you can now spread your resource more because now if I don't have to give you 50%, I can give you 25%. I can do like, you know, more double the deals, which we're not doing double the deals, but you can do more deals. So in this case, like if a development has $50 million in aggregate basis, then the applicant would at a minimum have to request $12.5 million or more in tax exempt bonds as a construction funding source. So they're not going to request right on 25%. They're gonna need a buffer in case they have cost increases. So we're looking more at like probably 35% at a minimum. So now we can go to the next slide. Okay, so now there on the right side of the screen, you sort of have two funding stacks. So one's during construction and then one's during the permanent phase. And so this is like, think of this as under the old 50% test. So in the capital stack, when they're doing their construction period, they have their construction sources. And in this particular capital stack, 53% of the capital stack was the tax exempt bonds. 53% of aggregate basis represented the tax exempt bonds. So they had to meet the 50% test. They were at 53%. You can see during the construction phase that only 5% of the aggregate basis was financed with the housing credit equity. Then after the development's closed, it's constructed, it's done, it's completed, development's completed. Now we're going to move into our permanent phase. We're going to convert to our permanent financing sources, and that housing equity comes in. So now 37% of aggregate basis is made up of the housing credit equity, and they pay that 53% tax exempt bond. It now comes down to 27%. So they're paying that bond amount down. So developments can usually support 35 to 45% of aggregate basis in their permanent debt. In this case, they went down to 27%. So essentially, you have the 25% test. The less bonds are needed to access those 4% credits. But if you decrease that 53% level there, you have to fill it with something. So if you say during construction, I'm only going to do 25% of my construction costs or my aggregate basis with the tax exempt bonds, you have to fill the other 25% with something, and so that, is that going to be taxable debt that's going to increase your cost? So how are we going to fill that gap? Okay, we can move to the next slide. Okay, so this is kind of where like the recycling process comes in, because what we have right now is we have developments in our pipeline that were funded under the 50% test. So they came in a couple years ago. The 50% test changed during the middle of our cycle, so they made their sale request amounts based on the assumption that they're utilizing this 50% structure. And so we have lots of developments in the pipeline that are at that 50% level, and we don't want to say like, hey, everyone go back to the drawing board and redo your deals because we're knocking you down to 25% tomorrow, because that's going to drive them to a halt because they've already like made all their assumptions in terms of what they're asking for and resources from us based on utilizing this bond structure. So we said, let's like implement this incrementally. But what we do know is that if we can get them to decrease the 50% down to less, like we could use that allocation for new deals, additional deals. So that's where the bond recycling program is coming in. So again, we have those developments that close on their financing within the last few years. Right now they're finishing construction and they're paying down. So they're moving into their permanent phase and they're paying down their bond amounts. And so that's where we are capturing those bonds. So they pay the bonds down, we capture them, we put them in the bank account, and we have 6 months to deploy them into a new deal. And so the recycled bonds, it doesn't give them access to the 4% credit, and it doesn't count towards the 25%, but what it does do is still give them access to the tax-exempt financing and the favorable interest rate. So we can go to the next slide, Katie. Yeah.
Clutch.
Yeah, it's coming in clutch, you know?
Clutch.
Yeah, you know, you got to come in clutch. Right at the right time, you got to shoot your shot, you know? All right, so this is a super busy slide, but like, okay, this is sort of like a diagram of like how the process works. So you have like up there in the upper left, you have construction completion. So that's like a development that was funded a couple years ago. The development is now completed construction. They're moving into perm financing. So you move over to the right with the little coin and the dollars. So they're converting to the permanent phase and they're paying down $20 million in bonds. So as they are paying down from construction to perm, we're capturing the $20 million in bonds and we're putting it in our bank account. And we're going to say, okay, now we have new developments that are closing and they're starting construction. So we're going to say, we're going to take that $20 million and look to see what deals we have in the pipeline that are closing that we can put this money into. So we've got one. They have $60 million in Florida housing bonds, and they have 53% aggregate basis because they applied under the old. So now we're saying, okay, well, we've got $20 million in recycled. You've got $60 million, and you're requesting $60 million in bonds from us. We're going to knock you down to $40 million, which would be 35% of your aggregate basis. So you still meet your 25% test. So you can still get your 4% credits, and then we'll give you the $20 million in recycled bonds so you can still have your tax-exempt financing. And now we can take that $20 million that we gave you in recycled that we saved in the new bond allocation, and we can give it to, we can stretch the resource. So, so we have been doing this, so we can go to the next slide. So we fully effectuated one deal so far. So we actually just started this in the last few months. So, so we took in $20 million of recycled bonds already, and we put that into a new deal. So these were really large deals. Most of our deals aren't this large, but these happen to be very large transactions. So originally the deal had $122 million in bond allocation that they were requesting. We bought them down to $102 million, and so we saved $20 million of our new allocation that can now go into a new transaction. We have one in the works right now, so we had $57 million come in that was paying down. We captured it, it's in our account, and we're working on another very large transaction that we're looking to put that in that we'll be looking to close in the fall. So this is just sort of an estimate kind of based on the numbers of these transactions, but we've estimated that even with just these two executions that we could produce another 316 units with just in this like little 4-month window. So, so this has been something that's exciting for us, especially, we have our bond capacity is constrained. We're very oversubscribed. So what we would like to do, because we're going to move into preservation in a moment, but this is also a preservation tool that we'd like to use, because if we can sort of balance that supply and demand a little bit more, then we can open up our non-competitive bond app to address some more preservation needs. So this is kind of multifaceted in terms of stretching the resource, and then hopefully future looking, be able to really gear some of our tax exempt bond allocation towards our preservation initiatives.
I just want to mention that for those of us who have been around a little while, there was always that concern that when we approve a deal, how long it took to be put into service. And I just want to tell you, you guys have done an amazing job. You really have. Congratulations.
Thank you, Ron. Thank you.
I had a quick question. What were you doing with the curtailed principal payment bonds before you instituted this fantastic program?
You mean when they would pay down? Yeah, they would just get paid down, and then they would just get paid off, and that was it. Angie, I see my numbers lady getting her microphone.
So basically what happens is the developer then is going to pay down the bond. In the old days, the bondholders would just get the money and their bonds would go away. What happens now is they pay that repayment to us. We warehouse it in a line of credit. So we put money into we take that cash, put it in the Federal Home Loan Bank, draw on a line of credit, and repay the bondholders. So it sits over here, and the magic of the tax laws, I don't really understand it, but that bond allocation gets preserved because there's still debt outstanding in that line of credit.
Any other questions for this presentation before we move on? All right.
Okay, we're going to move right into preservation then.
That's no question. Okay. All right. We can, preservation. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, you can.
They've done a great job.
Yes, preservation. Yeah, no, fantastic job, Melissa.
Awesome. Okay, so preservation. So I just have to make a little confession, and I have to debunk the myth, because if I thought it, I'm certainly other people think it. So when I was thinking preservation, I'm thinking developments are so old that they should just be redeveloped. They have so much obsolescence. When I thought preservation, that's what was in my mind. And then as we were working through the pilot program, that was completely debunked. And I'm they're beautiful developments, and so we have a whole bunch of developments that have already been preserved in our portfolio that came in. So they maybe got an original allocation of funding to build the development 20 or plus years ago, and have already come in to re-syndicate, meaning they're coming back and getting another allocation of 4% credits. They're rehabbing the transaction, and then they're extending their affordability for another 30 years. So we already have, I think since 2018, preserved 8,000 units through that 4% program. And so throughout the presentation, I've put these pictures in here, because these are developments that have actually been preserved through that program in our portfolio, and they're beautiful developments. Yes, great location, strong markets, and so it's so I was just so pleasantly surprised. So I was I have to put these pictures in here, and folks can see it. So what is preservation? Oh, go back one. I went too fast. Sorry, Katie. But the preservation is that we're preserving existing affordable housing, and we're maintaining the critically needed affordable housing opportunities, and it's widely acknowledged as a necessary element of affordable housing administration, because we have been very, very focused on new unit production, right? Everyone, we have the need, everyone sees the deficit, and so it's new unit production, new construction. But at the same time, the program was started 30 plus years ago with 30-year affordability periods. So those developments are now coming to a place where their affordability periods are ending, and we're going to start losing those units. And so while we're gaining, there's still a loss. So that net gain isn't as much. So now it's time for Florida Housing to proactively say how do we mitigate the loss of units, and how do we maximize the net gain in terms of preserving units in our portfolio. Okay, we can go to the next slide. So now, historically, what we've done is we've designated resources for preservation, but that preservation has not been for portfolio properties. It's been for properties that are greater than 20 years old with the HUD or USDA RD contract. And so now, as we're coming up and we're coming up on this 30 years where we have lots of developments that are coming up on that period where their affordability is going to expire, it's like the board has advocated for and staff agrees, like now it's time to proactively like say like we have developments in our portfolio that are going to expire and we need to figure out what we're going to do. All right, you can go to the next slide. So we have our board-approved portfolio preservation plan. That action plan was approved in 2018, and then we updated it this year, and Bill presented that to y'all in May this year, and you all approved that. But essentially what it does is it gives the corporation different strategies to try to preserve developments in our portfolio, and it also lets stakeholders know, like, these are different options out here that you can come to corporation staff with to try to preserve the development. And so it sets a whole set of different strategies, which you all have seen, but it also includes a matrix, a priority matrix. So if we have a limited resource that we are going to use to preserve developments in our portfolio, how would we prioritize allocating that resource? So like it has things on there like imminent loss of affordability. So like if we're at a point where that affordability period is expiring like now, like that's a higher priority. If it's in a very strong market where market rent is significantly greater than the housing credit rent, like that would be a priority, because if we lost those units, those residents are going to not have another affordable alternative. Their rents are going to significantly increase, and then we would not be able to probably replace the units in those very strong markets. So we can go to the next slide. So now we have the preservation pilot program. So in conjunction with the preservation plan, we asked the board at that May board meeting to say, allow us to use $20 million to run a preservation pilot program to preserve developments in our portfolio. And let's use that as like a learning time to figure out how to really best utilize a resource if we had it to preserve the units in our portfolio. And then we also requested $10 million to preserve extremely low income units in our portfolio that are otherwise going to convert to serve 60% AMI units because they're at the end of their 15-year compliance period. So we'll go a little bit more into that in a moment of like what that means and like how that functions. So first we're going to talk about the pilot program and the $20 million. So what we have right now, so what we said is like we have a resource. So let's look at the developments that are coming up on their affordability expiration. And we said, let's like take that like smaller pool of developments and let's like really learn from those developments, and let's use this pilot program to like really dig in, figure out where they're at, and figure out how we can allocate the resource in the most efficient way possible. So we have 34 developments that fall within that category. They represent about 7,600 units. And you can go to the next slide because we're going to go through those bullets in the next slide. So demographics. So the majority of them are serving family demographics. So you have 6,000 units of family and almost 300 of elderly. So very significant family. We can move to the next slide. Most of the income bands that are expiring are at that 60% AMI level. When the program first started, that was really kind of the main focus. And so the majority of developments, their properties are 100% at 60% AMI. And then really here's where the differentiation kind of comes in, is like where we're losing units in terms of location throughout our state. So Orange County has the most significant at 1,600. Palm Beach, we have the potential to lose 1,200. You've got Hillsborough at 926, and you've got Duval at a little over 700. And even as you look beyond the 5 years, Orange County, Miami, Palm Beach, some of those larger counties, they have a significant potential of loss for units. So as we're allocating the resource, knowing that like we have a potential to lose a significant amount of units in those counties will drive some of our decision making. Okay, so now what we did, so we had folks from multifamily, we had Bill from policy, we had Todd Fowler back here from our asset management. We sat down and we talked with the owners. So we put out a request for owners to say like, if you're interested in this program, or not even if you're interested in this program, we just want to talk to you. So like, we have sort of a list of interview questions. We'll do it quick. We'll make 30 minutes. And so we were able to interview the owners for about half of the properties in that pool. And so we said, let's learn from them in terms of how their properties are positioned, what's motivating their decisions, what kind of location, what kind of condition of the properties are we looking at. So what we found is like, first, there's like just different owner motivations. We have some folks who are very mission-oriented portfolio. They're like, I'm an affordable developer. I don't care if it's in the best area of the state. Like, we want to preserve this thing. So like, awesome, let's help you do that. Then we have portfolio owners that are making decisions that are just purely like financial. Like, this development can sell for X dollars if I convert it to market versus this is what I can do if it's affordable and I re-syndicate or I can just extend and get the tax exemption. So they're just really looking at financial implications, presenting that to their partners and saying like, what's best financially for us. Then we have owners that we found like they just want to get out of affordable housing. Like maybe their partners are retiring and they're just like, we're done. If somebody comes and buys it, cool. But if not, like we're not looking to do anything. And then we have owners that are just really weighing their options. They're saying, yeah, I can sell it for X dollars at market, but like I might be incentivized to keep it affordable at the right, with the right opportunities. So they're sort of like weighing those options and they don't necessarily fit into like a strong decision either way. Yes.
So 34 developments are falling off, 17 of them approximately you met with. How many people fall in bucket one?
We had one that fell into bucket one, but I will say, because there were, no, but I have to take that back because we had two large portfolio owners. One was like, yes, we're affordable all the way. The other one was like, well, we're going to figure out what's best. But then we had a lot of other ones that they just owned one or two properties. And I would say there were quite a few of those smaller owners that fell into that really wanted to extend their affordability. So like we had two large portfolio folks that were on either sides of the fence, and then we had smaller owners that I would say quite a few fell into that category where they want to preserve.
You can name names.
Yes, Ron.
If I recall, somewhere in the mid-'90s to late '90s, to get maximum points, you said 30 years. I don't know how long that lasted, and do you have a lot coming up that's going to reach that 30-year point? Because to get their maximum amount of points when they submitted, okay, they just put 30 years because gave them everything they needed.
Yes, yeah, like that 5-year kind of look is one number, but yes, it does significantly grow. Yeah, it significantly grows. And so that's why I think it's important, like, we're working on this now because in the next 10, 15, 20 years, like, we're going to be coming up against a significant risk of losing units. Yeah.
And just for the benefit of some of the new board members, one of the reasons why we're spending so much time talking about this is obviously resources are finite. And so as staff has to start to balance, how much are we spending on building something new? How much are we spending on preservation? How do we really wrap our arms around that balance of preserving existing and putting resources towards it versus continuing to focus on building new units, which historically obviously is what the corporation had focused on.
And what was really interesting with the interviews is we kind of went in thinking maybe we'd have a lot of consistencies and just a few kind of distinctions. But what we found out, Todd, Melissa, and I, and Tim Kennedy, it was very nuanced, kind of as their interest, why. We even heard, entity who was really into new construction saying, hey, we're actually starting to think about this because land in Florida in some areas is just getting so expensive. Maybe we need to change some of our business plans about it. Hey, we got great properties. We've been keeping them up. Why shouldn't we think about it? But it was really interesting to us, and that's why we were glad that we're kind of doing this pilot, because even with those interviews, it wasn't like we can come up with kind of one model that will meet our needs.
Is there a chart available of when the 30-year LURAs are expiring and how that starts to ramp up over the next 5 to 10 years?
Yes.
Yeah.
We saw 2 years ago in this workshop, and I don't know if we got it
Yeah.
any further in the presentation, but it's like,
not good.
It's real bad.
Yeah, I don't have it in this presentation, but we can send it to you because we did, the last 2 years we've presented it and yeah, it ramps up pretty significantly. So we can send that to you. So now after like the owners, the kind of different owner positioning, we have different property positioning. So we found that some owners, they were really maintaining the property over the life the time that they've owned it. So they've been doing large, replacing building components like as they go, like replacing roofs, replacing soffit. So like they're doing large things throughout the life of their ownership, and they're not necessarily waiting till like year 15 to like do everything in a big rehab. So we found some folks doing that. Quite a few were doing that. There were some that haven't been as diligently maintained and are in need of a substantial rehab. If we want to extend the useful life of the property, they're going to need a significant rehab to extend the property and replace those major building components. And then we have some properties that we found were suffering from functional obsolescence. I would say there wasn't that many of those. There were a couple that just maybe their original design didn't fit the demographic and are kind of suffering from some functional obsolescence and even affecting their overall occupancy. And then we have different market positioning. So we had some that were in very strong markets where you have a big delta between the housing credit rent and the market rent. And those are probably the areas that we would want to really like go after. You have some where the market rent for that older stock is very similar to the housing credit rent. And so if we did lose affordability on those units through like the restricted use agreement, like they would probably maintain their affordability through natural or occurring affordable housing. So if we have a limited resource, we want to go after those where we're going to lose affordability. We did find that the tax exemption is a huge preservation like tool that's already happening. So folks are coming in to Todd's group and they're wanting to extend their affordability to maintain their tax exemption. And that's really probably happening in those markets where the rent is very close. So if the delta on the market rent is 300 and the tax exemption, 300 per unit and the tax exemption's close to that, like they probably want to extend and keep the tax exemption. But if you have a really huge delta and they could make even more on that market rent differential compared to the tax exemption, then like that's where it's like trying to incentivize them to stay.
Melissa?
Yeah.
Can you expand a little bit on when you say, really go after it? Like, what does go after it mean?
I mean, in terms of like this like the pilot program that we're putting out, that is where I think like it's up to us with that matrix that we have in our preservation plan to say like, we know that we have developments in strong markets that if we lose these developments, we're going to lose affordability and we're not going to be able to replace it. So like when we are developing the RFA or however we run it, it's like really making strong incentives for those developments to come in, or not incentives, probably not the right word, but like prioritizing them as they're coming in the selection process. Like these are the developments that if we have limited resources, we want to preserve because we're not going to get them back again.
And what would be, I mean, you mentioned incentives, and in my mind, that's kind of, what you may need. So what is in our toolbox to incent, especially in those cases, developers or project owners to preserve the affordability?
Yeah, so let's go to the next slide because we do have, so what we have is we have the $20 million, that's like our incentive right now. So it's like we've got this $20 million and how do we allocate it and how do we incentivize folks? Because what we found through the interviews is that they're all positioned a little bit differently. So some are needing what they're calling like a light rehab. I've been replacing my roofs. I've been replacing the AC units throughout the life. And so like, I don't need a big substantial rehab. And I think when we were kind of going in, we were thinking like we would be doing a substantial rehab. But then as we heard that, it's like these folks want to maintain their affordability in strong markets, but they don't they don't want to, they don't want to re-syndicate, they don't want to do a substantial rehab. So that's sort of like where now like the next step after the interviews is to do a workshop and say like, what does that look like? Because we want to make sure light rehab means to them what it means to us, and like what is the condition of the property, what is the standard of the property that we're expecting, even if we're giving money for like a light rehab. And then if someone's going to do a light rehab, they're probably not going to give us 30 more years. So like, that's the thing, like maybe we could do more deals with less money utilizing that structure, but they would probably not be extending it for another 30 years. Whereas if we give more resources, like we would have to put more resources into a re-syndication, but we're going to do fewer deals, but we're going to get 30 years. So like maybe there's like, maybe that's like part of the tool in the tool belt where we're doing like some different strategies even within like this pilot program.
And in your interview process with some of these owners, are you finding that the owners are leaning towards selling in these markets, or is it more they're retaining and want to just bring the project to a market rate as opposed to preserving the affordability?
Yeah, I think that there are some that do want to bring it to market. Like, I think there probably are some that we won't be able to incentivize, but it's finding those that we can, and then trying to prioritize the limited resource in areas that are at the highest risk of losing affordability. But yeah, I think that there are some that probably will take it to market, and there really won't be much we can do about those, but we've got to try to address the ones that we can.
And those, there are a number of them that said, and we're still deciding that and kind of looking at the numbers now, talking to investors. And we're looking at, 5 years out, the units and properties that are going to expire in that year. And they said, we should be looking 5 years out, but some of them said, honestly, we're kind of like, that's out right now. So they're still in that decision-making.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Just quick question. When the 9% credits are gone, it changes the incentive, I assume. I don't
do you
know
mean?
if they bring in different partners or.
Oh, you mean if they had a 9% award, it would be much more
In
incentivized?
other words, that's not for 30 years. So when that goes away, it changes the incentive, I would think.
Do you mean in terms of financing new preservation deals with 9% credit?
Oh, well, possibly.
Yeah. Yeah, and historically, we did have a set aside for that historically, and then, right, like the pendulum sort of has swung, and then everyone was very, very ramped up on new unit production. We've got to get new units on the ground. And so we've really dedicated those competitive resources to that new construction and unit production. And now it's sort of time to come back and say, how do we also address preservation? And the 9% award is so highly competitive, and so I think we would probably prefer to try to utilize some of these resources to see how we can preserve it before we tap into that very, very limited resource in our 9% credit. But yeah, I think that right, like maybe they got a 9% award, and now they're coming in, and now they're trying to figure out, like, I'm here at year 30, what am I going to do here?
Okay, I was just mentioning that because that could be an additional incentive to leave it.
Got you.
One thing to mention, you, Mario, to your question, so is I think one of the benefits that we think of this as a pilot, and I'll appreciate the board allowing it to do it, is we don't think about it that be a pilot project, but we won't be thinking of it as one kind of funding approach or one. It'll be like looking at across our approaches and seeing where we need to tweak, because already our special assets department are already working. In fact, a number of them said, well, we're already working with the special assets on a case-by-case basis. So it's really to help us kind of allow us to consolidate what we're thinking about and kind of look at a number of approaches with being able to, fund hopefully, enough developments through this pilot to be able to learn from them.
Yeah.
Well, in terms of the preservation strategy, when Melissa mentioned the idea of, potentially going deeper into the rehab, giving them 30 years, carrying it for longer. I do think that as you guys develop and workshop for an RFA, it's almost like a bell curve where you don't necessarily need 30 years because the development's already 30 years old, right? So we're running up against projects that are built in 1996. You get another 30 years, they're 60 years old. So I think as you're crafting policy and looking toward the future, I think 10, 15 years is more than enough, because at a certain natural point, a 50-year-old housing stock multifamily is already going to be somewhat attainable.
Yeah, definitely. No, I think that's great feedback, and definitely something we've got to keep in mind when we're running this workshop, because you're right. Like, how do we maximize the number of units? How do we maximize and find the right fit in terms of like extending that time frame? So for sure.
And one more thing.
Yeah.
There's one more thing that I think that helped us to think about this, and you kind of know it and you think about it, but it was like, it kind of brought it to the forefront. Many of the property owners or the developers and owners that we talked with said, hey, there should be some incentives, or we should be able to benefit if we've been keeping our properties, managed, well-maintained and managed, and should be able to do something related to the, basically a minor rehab, or because we shouldn't just be financing those entities who maybe need significant rehabs and maybe have not kept care of their properties through the last 30 years. So that was something that kind of hit home with this too.
Yeah, definitely. So then I do have to give our special assets and asset management team huge kudos, because they through this process, I learned so much, and that they're already doing a significant amount of work. People are reaching out to them, and they're working through affordability period extensions to maintain the tax exemption. They're renegotiating set aside. Some folks might come in and say, I'm at 60% AMI, but if you'll bump me to 80% AMI on some of my units, I'll extend with you. And they're already negotiating. And we had two, what I think were huge compliments to staff, was that these were the large portfolio owners that are operating throughout the country, say when we call your asset management folks, they're willing to do these different strategies and consider them and negotiate with us to extend the affordability. But when we call other states, there's they don't have any options, and then it's just the affordability is done, and we're moving on. And so they say we're one of the only states that is actively doing that and actually have options for them to consider, which is awesome. And then I think that the second thing that we heard from one of the portfolio owners is that we were the first state to proactively call them about their developments that are expiring. So I think that we've even heard it through the NCSHA that Florida's really kind of sort of leading the charge in terms of even developing the pilot program, and now really even more getting into even beyond negotiating and extending, running this pilot program to start figuring out more proactive solution. So I thought that was a really huge compliment to our asset management. So, and so right now we're going to have our workshop. After we've done the interviews, we're going to run the workshop, and we're going to hopefully learn lots of stuff from this preservation pilot program, and then be able to carry that into the future. And then the bond recycling program is also part of this overall kind of strategy to expand that resource so that we can utilize our tax exempt bond resource for more preservation initiatives. Okay, and so now we'll just talk quickly about the ELI preservation. Oh, that got all messed up. Sorry about that.
Slides got messed up.
The slides got messed up when we were trying to modify.
Oh, okay. No worries. All right, so extremely low income units. So when we first started the program at Florida Housing, we weren't funding extremely low income units. You saw those developments that are expiring in the next 5 years, they're all at 60% AMI. So probably back in early to mid 2000s, there was a big advocacy and push to start trying to find a way to fund ELI. There was a big workforce group that got together that was actually geared towards hurricane recovery funding. And so the ELI concept kind of got built into that. Because, right, like, folks who are at extremely low income levels are significantly impacted when there's disaster and trying to recover. And so, so it got built into that program. That's where the RRLP came from. ELI concept got built into that, and then it has carried over into our general occupancy sale RFAs. And so essentially the concept is like these developments would be setting aside units at 60% AMI. And so we're saying, hey, set aside your units at extremely low income households, and we are buying them down. And we'll go through like what does buying them down mean. But essentially, and the little table there, you can sort of see the difference between the rent levels between a 60% AMI unit and an ELI unit. So in Miami-Dade County, the ELI level is 30% AMI, and the rent on an ELI unit for a one-bedroom is $766 versus the rent on a 60% AMI unit for a one-bedroom unit is $1,533. So that's a difference of $767. So if the developer says, okay, like I'll give you 10% of your units at ELI, they're foregoing $767 per unit per month. In income, that could generate additional debt for the property. So they cannot take on as much debt because they don't have as much income. So we can go to the next slide. So what was designed in that kind of mid-2000 range was that on sale bond 4% housing credit transaction, we're funding ELI loans. So they're 0% interest rate forgivable loans. They're up to $1 million per transaction depending on county and unit mix, and they're designed to offset the lost income that would have been generated at the 60% AMI level for a period of 15 years. And so after 15 years, the ELI units may convert to serve the 60% AMI income. So we're essentially saying you're going to lose this amount of income over the next 15 years. And so we are going to, that's where the term like buying the units down from the 60% down to the ELI level. Okay, we can go to the next slide. So now, like where we're at right now is that the first ELI units that were structured this way, they are approaching their 15-year term. So at 15 years, they can convert. So we're essentially have potential of losing ELI units, and they won't become, they'll still be affordable units, but they'll be at 60% AMI. So we've got lots of households in those units that are going to have their rent impacted. So over the next 5 years, we have almost 1,800 ELI units that have the potential to convert to 60% AMI units. Now, I did put this little stat here. Over the last 5 years, we funded 4,600 ELI units, and that's not only through the ELI loan funding program, that's through our tax credit program. So that's like through all of the different programs. But essentially to say, like, while we are losing a significant amount, we are funding kind of more than double like what we're losing, but it's still, we're losing them. And so we're trying to come up with a strategy that could potentially address those. So that $10 million you approved in May for the ELI buy down, so that would essentially go, and what we're trying to do is to find a way that we could preserve some of those units that are going to convert from ELI to 60% AMI. So again, we're having that workshop also at the beginning of October to try to find a solution. And really that will be like a super conceptual workshop to see what the interest is, how it would really effectively work. Because we're not at construction period, so like what will the program look like? So that is really still at its conceptual kind of level, where we're still kind of doing some diligence about how that will work and really like what the interest is on it. I think is that my last slide? Yes, that's my last slide.
Go ahead, please.
Under the ELI loan forgiveness program, is there any kind of covenant that restricts them from using vouchers in order to serve extremely low income 30%? Like in reality, do they have 30% tenants, but in reality they're paying full market rent?
Yeah, there's not a restriction that they can't use the vouchers on those. I think maybe did it used to be that? I can't remember.
No, because you can't discriminate against Section 8 voucher holders.
Source of income discrimination. Right? Ryan?
So on the $20 million preservation deal, we have 34 developments, about 8,000 units. I'd like, because as Bill mentioned, I'd like to see the different buckets those fall into, and I think we talked a bit about it at the last board meeting or 2 weeks ago. So of those units, there's going to be the for sure lost cause. There's no mathematical equation, how many are in that bucket? Then on the other side, there's going to be the group that are the naturally affordable side. So we may not need to do anything to preserve those. That section in the middle is what I'm interested in seeing the different programs that may apply to each. And, because we're going to have to take, as Bill mentioned, there's not one concept to address these because they each have different motivations and circumstances. So what are the different plans of attack, and specifically which projects are those in there? Like these 3 projects in this county, we're going to go with, 4%, or if we're talking about 9, or whatever we're going to like bring to the equation for it. The other thing that I'd like to see is what is the gap for the next 5-10 years between the typical number of units we produce as a board and the number of units falling off? And is there ever a crossover point, which would scare me, I hope there's not, where we actually have more units falling off than we do that we're creating? And the last item, Madam Chair, is I would like if this program, I believe it rises to the level of being a standing action agenda, even though it's an information item, but I would like to have under multifamily action items a preservation program update. I think 20 million and 30 million rises to because we're talking about 8,000 units here, which is huge.
Yeah.
So I'd like it to be more than an information item to the board. I think we're making amazing headway. I didn't realize we were already doing something about it. That's awesome. Thank you, staff, for addressing it before we even really started talking about it. That's incredible. But I think it rises to the occasion of keeping up with what we're doing. So.
Definitely, and I like the bucket analogy because it was sort of like thinking of that. Like there are some that just like you're not going to be able to save. There are some that like we don't need to put resources in because like during the interviews they were like, yeah, we'd like to extend because we want to keep the tax exemption and we don't have to put any money into that. And so like that's a bucket, and then there's like the middle ones, and like that's where we really need to like target in this. So I think that concept's really.
Sorry, one more, Madam Chair. So on that is. If we can put dollars around that, because we don't know how much of the issue $20 million is going to satisfy.
Yep.
And if we get a concept on that, it might be something that we're going to go to the legislature with trying to get specific appropriations for preservation so that we're not just, falling backwards with it. But the other for consideration is units that aren't currently in our portfolio, and is there a way to buy in projects that may need some rehabilitation money and they might be on the cusp of being marketed or not? Are there developers interested in acquiring some of those units and us funding that to bring units that we know are falling off back in? So that's really it, Madam Chair.
Yeah, I got a comment on that one. So except for a couple of years when we did elderly transformational RFAs, the only way to address preserving property in our portfolio right now was 4% credits and bonds.
Okay.
Our competitive process, which is nines and sale and home, if you were in our portfolio already, you could not come and apply for those. So the competitive funds were actually out there to get new units into our portfolio. So if you had like a HUD PBRA property or USDA property that's not in our portfolio yet, that would be preservation with our current competitive process to have them come in. But outside of that, it's just the non-competitive funds at this point, except for this 20 million, 10 million introduced here.
Awesome. Thank you, Kevin.
Madam Chair, it's also important for us to value the progress of Live Local, how important it is. Is there some conversation that's already going on about pulling back away from what we provide for Live Local in terms of the zoning that they have. So this is critical for us to, obviously, Live Local is not going to offset it. Probably is getting.
No, it's not far off,
It's
though.
pretty
Yeah.
close. But I think it's important, obviously, to give us the tools that we're going to need to be able to go back to professional staff first and then to the legislature and say, wait a minute, let us show you what we're going to be losing potentially, or we might be losing. You do this and you pull back from Live Local, that's going to be a double whammy on it.
Yeah. Okay.
That's where it's also important that they know what they're actually losing in economic benefit.
So I can address the economic benefits. I've analyzed this already. So on the Live Local funds that we didn't get this year, the $150 million, that would have created $1.43 billion of economic impact to the state of Florida. SAIL has a slightly better leveraging, so it'd be more impact if it was SAIL funds. But Live Local, the way we're doing it, was a $1.43 billion loss.
Kevin, it's really a great issue because we have $100 million that's out there on the corporate tax side.
Yeah.
That we need to start. I don't know how much that we've elected, but it's important that we not leave that. Kevin, I'm not saying the $150 million. That is critical.
150 plus the tax program.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Plus the tax credit, the $100 million there. I know that it fell off after the first year, but it's important for the board, for us to develop, or for the professional staff, to really start to develop a marketing campaign, because I believe there's a lot of corporate partners who just don't know about it. And Katie, I'm sure you can
Senate President.
better than I can. So
Definitely.
you've got the $150 million that we need to do a hardcore press on, to your point, plus you've got the $100 million that's out there, it's legislatively dictated that once you get it, it's yours.
I mean, it's available, but it's not being funded because we're not getting the funds.
So first, I just want to, again, reiterate my excitement to have the former Senate President as a member of our board and saying all the things that we've been talking about. But Katie, again, perhaps at a future date, not now, but you could get with Ken and just give him a little bit of context, because to your point, we had really been talking with staff over the last year in those leadership meetings to really figure out, like, where's the low-hanging fruit? Who are some of the stakeholder groups that don't know about this, that recognize as Florida businesses the importance of housing affordability? And so for them to be able to invest in something that is good for their bottom line, good for their team, how do we do a better job when obviously there's competition? We're not the only game in town for that.
Education is able to do it, but they've got, of course, it's about the kids. So somehow we need to
Correct.
frame it about these working families.
Correct.
And Katie and I have been to places where we visited legislators, and we were surprised to know how little they really understand
Right.
what we really do.
I mean, previously we had talked about, the big four accounting firms and, can we get in front of the Florida Chamber? Where are some of the relationships amongst the board where we can leverage and connect them to staff and say, hey, we'd really love for staff to be able to present at this board, at this board meeting to talk about this, to get the word out, because so many folks don't know that here is yet another opportunity to invest. Okay. Any other questions from board members? Nope. Any follow-up from staff? Nope. We suddenly got quiet. Okay, on our agenda, we do have a break from 2:30 to 2:45. It's currently 2:38. I'm going to let everyone break until 2:45 to keep us on task, knowing that some people will trickle in later, and then we've got some.
One thing before we go, the developers that are here, it's part of your job as well to help us out and, let your representatives know that how important this stuff is.
Agreed. All right, so we're going to break. We're going to break now, and then when we come back, we'll head into quick updates. All right, it is 2:48. If we could ask all board members and staff to please come back and take their seats. Mario's there. We're just waiting for Mr. Lieberman. We know where Ron is. He'll come back. Might be on the phone. Staff, are we ready to begin? Katie's ready? Angie's ready, and Ron is walking right back in. So we are going to bring our meeting back to order. We've got some, I know it says quick, but maybe not. But we've got a round of updates, and then depending on time, we will either move it up to open discussion for the board, or we will move right into public comment. But we are going to kick off our quick updates with legislative engagement, turning it over to Katie, and welcome back from maternity leave.
Thank you. It's good to be back. I'm not sure if this is on. I think, okay, we're good. Okay. Thank you. It's very good to be back and to see all of y'all. Appreciate all the well wishes while I was out on leave, and welcomed for the audience. We welcomed our second daughter in April, so very exciting, yes.
I know, right?
Oh, no, I won't do that to y'all. Yeah, right. So I'm pleased to bring to you our 2027 legislative engagement strategy. I'm just going to kind of make this more of a conversational kind of opportunity, just present to you guys. But before we jump right into that, you should have received your copy of the 2025 annual report this morning. And just like last year, as Chair noted, we did go ahead and pull out the 4 key facts from the annual report and put those in your folders as well. So we like to call those pocket information cards that you can use to just have some quick stats in your pocket that may be helpful as you have conversations around the state. So with that, we have discussed and decided on a 2027 legislative engagement strategy designed to strengthen Florida Housing's position as a trusted and valued partner with the Florida legislature. So at its core, this strategy represents a shift in how we engage. Rather than concentrating our efforts during legislative session, we will build sustained year-round relationships that demonstrate our value in every legislative district across the state of Florida. So many of the things that you have been mentioning throughout the day, it seems to align really well with kind of what we have been thinking for our engagement efforts going forward through the rest of this year and then going into next year. Our objective is straightforward. We want to ensure that legislators understand not only what Florida Housing does, but the measurable impact we are making in their communities. Every interaction should reinforce that Florida Housing is delivering real results, expanding housing opportunities, supporting Florida's workforce, strengthening local economies, and leveraging public resources responsibly. To accomplish this, we are looking to take a more district-centered approach. Each legislator will receive a personalized profile highlighting affordable housing developments, family served, workforce and senior housing created, and invested financing within their districts. We want every legislator to clearly see the return of the state's investment in Florida housing. We also launched a testimonial campaign, and over the last few months, our team has been collecting testimonials from individuals and stakeholders that participated in our programs just across the board, all of our programs, as many as we can get. Our goal is to be able to highlight these successes directly from a legislative member's constituency. You can see a few examples in your folder that we provided for you this morning as well, some little samples. We also intend to significantly expand opportunities for legislators to experience the impact firsthand. And by doing that, we're considering grand openings, ribbon cuttings, and development tours to be strategic engagement opportunities, not simply just project milestones. These events will provide a powerful platform to recognize legislative leadership, strengthen local partnerships, and demonstrate the tangible results of our investments. our board is also we're expecting to play a equally important role in this engagement plan. By serving as representatives throughout the state, we know that you will help us deepen relationships with legislators, as many of you already have been so helpful in doing, and also make connections with local governments and community partners while reinforcing Florida Housing's mission and credibility. This strategy also recognizes that although its data is incredibly impactful, it's not quite enough. There needs to be a personal aspect there. And so that's what we're really trying to target with this strategy, is kind of trying to marry the two, the facts with the personal impact. So while legislators expect accountability and measurable outcomes, there also can be influenced by the stories that are behind the numbers. We will consistently communicate both. The impact of our investments in the lives that have been transformed through these investments. Together, these stories demonstrate that Florida Housing is just not simply financing developments. We're investing in stronger communities and a stronger Florida. A key priority will be building broad legislative support to restore that $150 million that we have discussed today. As we know, unfortunately, it was not funded in this current budget cycle, but it is our goal to continue to advocate for those resources to be appropriated. Our message will extend, of course, beyond housing, though. We will frame this as an investment and economic development strategy, as you all mentioned earlier today. We are supporting employers, strengthening workforce competitiveness, attracting private capital, and also creating lasting returns for our taxpayers. And we want to make sure that that is clear. Every state dollar invested through Florida Housing leverages additional federal, local, and private resources, multiplying that impact across the state, and we want to make sure that we are communicating that effectively. Finally, we will hold ourselves also accountable through measurable outcomes. So we will find success reflected in stronger legislative relationships, increased participation in our events, expanding bipartisan support, and having greater visibility across Florida. We're really looking to strengthen Florida Housing's reputation. We're already a premier housing finance organization, but we're looking to even more so codify that, especially as we have new leadership coming in and new faces in the legislature. So it's always a fantastic opportunity to do introductions, and we want to start that off on a very data-driven but also personal approach with new members. So I look forward to working with you all, and I appreciate, once again, all of your support as we have gone through each legislative cycle. Everything that you all have done down at the Capitol is just invaluable, and we're really thankful for everything that you have done to help advance the mission of Florida Housing. So thank you.
Okay, Ron, go ahead.
Yep. I've been to a lot of ribbon cuttings the last couple of months, as you know.
Mm-hmm.
I see a lot of local elected officials, but I never see any state elected officials
Sure.
at any of those ribbon cuttings. I don't know if somehow you can encourage the development community to invite them.
I think you just did.
Yes, I was going to say, I think you just did, but also that is something that we have also been considering is we are very grateful for any invitation that we receive to celebrate these crowning achievements with our development partners. And so sometimes if we can receive the attendee list or maybe even a speaker list ahead of time, there have been a few occasions where we have seen it and saw that the state or congressional member of that district was maybe not in or was not on the list. So we would just say, hey, by chance, just want to let you know that this is the district member. If you are interested in inviting their office, here's their contact.
And I don't know whether they've been invited, they just don't show up, or...
Exactly.
I really don't know,
And we would
No, I
not
never
want,
see
we are
one.
not inviting people to other people's events either. So we would just suggest, that perhaps that would be a good opportunity.
So, but to that point, and certainly over the last couple years, I have constantly encouraged our board members to show up to these events because it is a great opportunity to thank our elected officials and to really talk to them about the great work of Florida Housing. But we've also talked about creating some more formal parameters for the development community in terms of what our expectations are around branding and inviting and all that stuff. Is there a way to include in part of that level setting the expectation that they would invite their elected officials, and as part of the development community now knows, and just to remind some of the new board members, if a developer invites you to an event, please make sure you share that with staff and you let staff know that that process should go through them so that they can vet it, they could get you talking points, all that
Let
good
me
stuff.
know.
Right, yeah, but that's the way it should be, right?
We'll let you know,
If
absolutely.
a lot of us have relationships with developers, so when someone invites me, I always forward it to staff and say, like, please, let me know, let's vet this project, give me the talking points. But if we can level set with that expectation of inviting the elected officials, and again, I know that there are pros and cons to that as I'm saying it, but perhaps as part of the vetting process that we do is maybe asking, hey, who did you invite? And then finding out from the board member. Like, I know for me, again, if it's in Broward, I am more than happy to at least reach out and find out. I don't want to invite anyone to someone else's event either, but if it's, in Broward or, to some extent in Miami-Dade County, I'm more than happy to help bridge that gap through staff. I want to
Sounds
emphasize
good. Yes.
through staff, because that's really the best practice that we're trying to follow. But yeah, I would love to see it. I mean, the times where I go to something in Miami, I don't know what they're doing in Miami, but they are getting their elected officials. And I've certainly shared that with staff, as opposed to, Broward County or even Palm Beach County, to Ron's point. I might see the local people, but I'm not seeing the legislature, the members of the legislature. And I do think that it is important for this entire board to really be cognizant of, those being the opportunities for us to educate elected officials about the great work that Florida Housing is doing, specifically the economic development benefit, because I think that part of what we've done on the shoulders of former Senate President, has really been showing the economic impact of the work. And it's not just a warm and fuzzy, feels good to help people, but look at the economic, and if we want to continue to be, resilient and competitive and strategic, then we need to continue to be moving the needle so that we don't turn into California and New York. I would also mention to my fellow board members, I actually prefer hard hat tours to events, because I think that the events are very time specific and all that good stuff, and it gives me the opportunity. In the times where I have done a hard hat tour with a member of the legislature, it was like literally the greatest experience ever, because we walked through it together. I'm asking the questions, they're asking questions, and they really walk away with such a nuanced understanding of the work that we do and the ability to be able to leverage federal dollars and leverage local dollars and really become one piece of something, as opposed to, when you look at the budget and you see how many zeros are there, it's kind of like, oh wait, are we the only ones that are doing this, or is someone else invested in it? So if you could just continue to communicate to members of the board what some of those best practices are that we are, really trying to get our development partners to respect, understand, and adhere to, I think that would be, beneficial for everyone.
Yeah.
Follow up on that. When there's a grand opening, they actually physically see first-class, beautiful units.
Right.
Yes.
I mean, it's something that, they absolutely be shocked. Nobody would think they're affordable units, because they're first class, with first-class materials.
And not only that, it's the testimonials from the residents themselves that, usually, there's one or two that'll tell a story of, their background and their experience, moving into this beautiful new home, et cetera. I think that also is a huge impact.
And then I'll just quickly wrap it up. I'll see if anyone else has any questions, but just to legislative engagement as a whole, I know that obviously there are members of this body that have really strong relationships with legislators. So if you could just please remember to keep Katie in the loop anytime you have a conversation with any member of the legislature so that she could be, privy to that before and after, and we could make sure that we're not having different conversations. Even if you're meeting with a member of the legislature on something else, if you could just please let Katie know that you've met with them so that she could keep that record. Any other board members have anything under legislative engagement? Going once, going twice, hearing none. Excellent. We are back to bill for housing stability for school children.
Just very quickly, I promised a kind of an update, especially after our tracking of improvements for the school children at the end of the school year. So we've collected that information. But for our new members, very quickly, the Housing Stability for School Children program is an initiative that we started in smaller counties and more rural areas in counties that are with populations up to 400,000. We really focused in those areas because those areas had less resources in general to assist the homeless families, as well as we use through David's federal programs. We use federal home dollars for short-term tenant-based rental assistance. And as this model was developed, other local communities who get their own federal allocation of home dollars could copy and replicate this project with those resources. And so what it is up to 24 months of rental assistance, tenant-based rental assistance that is tied with wraparound supportive services, and it requires 3 partners: the school district and their homeless education program, the local public housing agency who administers the home TBRA for us, which is pretty much like a Section 8 program, and then a case management entity who provides the supportive services. And it has been a really rewarding project and initiative, and what it does in the counties that works, it's fantastic. We're really looking to add new counties, and Vice Chair Benson has been kind of helping me on some approaches, and one of the things is the key piece is that we don't want to administer it from Tallahassee. It really works when the local community is involved, again, because of their really assisting that homeless family to get back to housing stability, better self-sufficiency, and get those kids out of homelessness. So we've added a new county, Citrus County, which is really exciting. That was an interesting kind of approach for us, because what happened is during Citrus County legislative days, they came to Florida Housing, they heard about this project, and the county, basically, county stakeholders, everybody was at meeting representing everybody from Habitat for Humanity to the county commissioner to the Health and Human Services Agency, said, we want to take this on. And what was helpful is that the whole community got involved, so you didn't need that single champion, or at least one champion from that community. The whole community took it on, and they kind of lifted the responsibilities together, as well as provided resources. And all the other counties have been doing fantastic. It's just been really those other counties have, if you lose a key champion, then you kind of have to readjust or work with the program. So just to report some end of the year statistics that we collect. We also collect on the families, housing stability, housing retention, what has happened to them as employment, self-sufficiency. But for the children in the program, And this is after being in the program for at least 2 semesters, and this is for students, percentage of students. The percentage of students with satisfactory attendance, as you can imagine, that's a real difficulty. It was 84% of the students met the satisfactory attendance. Percentage of students with improved grades, and this means kind of something significant. And this follows the standards and the requirements by the Department of Education under the Homeless Education Program, their statistics. It was 82%.
Wow.
And 100% of the students who participated in the program went to the next grade or graduated, which we heard from the schools was really remarkable. So what we're planning to do, we did interviews with the counties that have been interested but have never come in through an RFA process to apply and again, it's kind of pooling that partnership with the school district, the PHA, local community case management, supportive service providers. We decided if the board approves that we're proposing to take a new approach where it'd be basically a rolling invitation to participate process instead of like an annual request for applications, like a one-time process, and that we would focus more on helping those who demonstrate interest and again, ability, help them kind of work through the process of developing that partnership and basically the roles and responsibilities of each before we would move to the next step of approving them, of bringing them into the program, which means basically providing the short-term rental assistance to them. And many of the counties were very excited about that, to kind of have that technical assistance to kind of help them.
Bill, can you tell us which counties are on the fence? It might be helpful in case anyone on the board has any contacts. 'Cause that was actually something we talked about at orientation. Such a wonderful program. Any county that is eligible should.
I will be glad to let you know.
Is it 3 counties now? How many are participating?
Right now it's 4. We lost 2, but we've added, so it's a total of 4. We would love to have much more, especially since what we're seeing. And just really quickly, one of the most recent stories that I received, and we get stories regularly, is a mother who has 2 children, was homeless for several years, more or less, some shelters, some short-term housing, families, parking lots at Walmart and things like that, is that she entered into the program and is able to get 1 full-time job and 1 part-time job instead of 3 part-time jobs. So it has really helped her stability as well as being kind of helped by basically the community and the partners. Is now she has a full-time job, and she's been working with some local banks who have been kind of counselors of helping with their budget and getting things. The program also introduced her to Habitat for Humanity. So long story short, probably by the Thanksgiving, she'll be moving into her new home that she can afford. First time that she's ever
That's fantastic.
been a homeowner. And again, that doesn't happen to every family, but it's exciting to see that every family that really puts, and the family also has to put, that's the whole thing, that the family has to also be part of the partnership, to really make this happen. But when they do, it's interesting because, again, once they have that housing stability, they can start working on things that isn't about surviving day to day. So that was an interesting story.
No, go ahead, Ryan.
So it's Citrus, Charlotte, Santa Rosa,
And Hernando.
Thank you. And do you know how many families are in the program, or children either, are in the program right now in that 24-month window?
And a lot of them often don't do the 24 months.
Yeah, understood, which is even better.
But I would say at any given time, there's about 170 students right now.
combined between the 4 counties.
As we expand on this pilot program, at what point will we be able to consider engaging some of the larger counties where the majority of the homeless school children reside?
That's a good question. I think that would be kind of, up to.
I mean, obviously, I understand why we started with smaller counties' resources, but serving on the county's homeless COC board, especially because of all the changes with HUD and the difference between HUD's definition of homelessness and the McKinney-Vento Act of homelessness. There are so many families that are just slipping through the cracks. So I'd be interested to know when we can.
And it's really interesting because this program helps those families who hopefully haven't kind of gone too far down into homelessness and maybe are chronically homeless or maybe aren't the priority families because the COCs or the homeless COCs have those really vulnerable, where these families, if you can, the children are in the homeless education program, if you can get them at this point, it's amazing how quickly they can get out of that situation. And hopefully with the skills they learn and the network that they build and hopefully with the assistance, the goal is for them to stay out of that situation.
Do we know how many of those families might be survivors of domestic violence?
We don't ask that question, but we can say that especially with the single woman households with children.
Because to me, that data point of 82% had improvements in grades is huge. It's huge.
And the attendance issue is if you don't have housing stability, you tend not to be able to get your kids to school on time. And what we heard is finally the parents were so busy with everything and stressed out that was one less thing to go in and fight with the front office as to why your child was late again today. So they just kind of say.
Yeah, but I feel like showing up to school, could be subjective to someone in terms of like, oh, well, it's the parents' fault that the kid didn't get to school, as opposed to being able to show that 82% of children improve their grades. That's more about the child than necessarily someone couldn't transport them on time. So to the extent that we're able to show, affecting multi-generational poverty through housing them, I think that then creates a really good narrative for us to build around to show not just the economic benefit, but for me, I know that the Florida Chamber, as an example, has a really big focus on third grade literacy. So if we can align with some of those business goals, then perhaps as we're meeting with legislators, we could tie some of those quantifiable improvements above and beyond just economic development in terms of jobs and all that good stuff.
And what we hope as we have more and more experience now that we can work, with the services agencies like Department of Children and Families and even the Department of Education with their homeless education program at the state level, that we can show what it can also do for them. And because they're usually also clients of those agencies.
They touch those systems too.
Bill, this is one of the great things we do, and I hope to see you at the board meeting asking for more resources.
Agreed.
But I think through the chair's previous comments earlier in our retreat, from what I asked in the orientation, because I took a particular interest in this program, because I do think it's phenomenal. And it's not even necessarily a resource issue, it's a case management issue.
Right.
And so if you've already identified that it's a case management issue, that in reality, like right now, all the partners are basically the public school systems in those counties that are participating. If there was a way for a not-for-profit, even if it's statewide, and I know it shouldn't be run out of Tallahassee, and I get the Florida Housing's priority in not doing that, and that makes a ton of sense, and I'm for it. But if there's a way for non-for-profits to pick up some of the slack and say, okay, well, I don't know, I'm going to pick on a poor county, but any county in the state that says, hey, we don't have the resources, we don't have the management intensity to actually participate, even though they want to. For us to be able to say, okay, well, you know what, X coalition partner will do that. And to your point of suggesting to the board for us to pass making it a continuous enrollment period, almost more of a proactive role and saying, how do we get people to participate in this program? So that, I mean, there's a lot of counties, I'll admit, I Googled it, but, there are 50 counties, I guess, in the state actually qualify out of 64 or 67, whatever.
66 in Miami.
Out of 66, so, exactly. So, a lot of them do, so, it's probably not going to be all 51 or whatever the case may be. But the idea that there's only like 4 is not great, so.
And it would be, yes, it would be nice to have the partners. Right now, our staff have taken on, because we think, as well as directed by the board, that it's important, is that my staff basically meet with the partners pretty much on a monthly basis. We help them with alleviating issues locally. We are calling the local government officials, administrators, hey, can you talk to such and such and kind of keep this partnership together? And it helps. Plus, they like, the technical assistance. But, yeah, it's very rewarding. And thank you for your support.
Any other questions from members of the board for Bill's presentation? Okay. Bill, thank you very much. We are moving on. David Westcott, Hometown Heroes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just an update. I think Katie has a dashboard of the overall numbers of Hometown Heroes since inception and what we've done, and just show you a state map all full of blue dots. Maybe.
Yeah, unplug it and plug it back in. So.
David, while we're waiting for that to pull up, are you able to just verbally share whether or not there was any difference in either approach or how it was received by the community this past legislative session as opposed to when Hometown Heroes first started?
So we were appropriated $50 million this year, the same as last year. So of course we had hoped for $100 million like we had, initially received, but we're very happy for the funds. It was enthusiastically received by our lenders.
I would imagine so.
Let's see. And so for the current program that we have running, that launched on July 13th. And
Is this an example of what DMU has been working on?
Yep.
All right.
This is that one they keep showing us each time. They won't
Yeah.
give us the link because they don't trust us to do it properly.
Yeah.
So we get to see it once a year, but we don't get to touch it.
Right. We know it exists.
Yeah.
It's there. It's there. It's there. I'm just a member of the public, so we don't get it.
Still can't touch it.
all right, that's okay. I'll come back to the current program because we got a nice squirrel up on the. But we've, this is through June 30th. So we've been able to put out almost $400 million in down payment assistance. And that has been at least one loan that's gone to every county, even the really small counties.
Maybe can we zoom in like a teensy-weensy bit, please?
Like on the map. Is
Just-
that what you mean?
You know what? Pick one of the 3 images.
There we go.
There we go.
So we've assisted over 25,000 families throughout the state, and that down payment assistance has leveraged almost $8 billion in first mortgage loans. So, again, when they come through our program, they get both the first mortgage and the down payment assistance from us. We, make a little bit of money on the first mortgage loans that we make, and that allows us to, when we are appropriated $50 million, all $50 million goes to down payment assistance. We do not take any admin out of that. So those are all family dollars in there.
So how long do you expect, how long do you expect this one to last? Because they only generally last, 3 months?
So this one still has the same occupation restrictions as we did last year, but it's been up and running now, the current program, for 1 month, and we have almost $10.5 million of that $50 million already reserved and in the pipeline. Now, things will tend to slow down a little over the holiday, period, so I would expect that similar to last year, this should run about 6.5 months, and then we'll be looking towards the repayments that we've received on the prior year loan. Last year, we were able to put out $13 million in repayments to be reserved after we ran out of the $50 million, so that lasted a little bit longer. And this year, I would assume maybe the same amount, maybe a little bit lower, because interest rates have not been trending down at all, so we have not received the repayments from any refinances.
Oh, refinancing.
Yeah. So it's usually sales of people moving that we get the repayments on. So that's my best guess for you right now. And so since not everybody qualifies for Hometown Heroes because of the occupation restrictions, we do have our HAP funds, our Florida Assist down payment assistance, that's available to anyone who income qualifies and is a first-time home buyer in that. So over the same period of time, since 2022, we've made about $132 million in down payment assistance loans, again, helping over 13,000 families, because that amount is fixed at $10,000 for HAP. Hometown Heroes is 5% of the first mortgage loan amount. So that amount is averaging about $16,500. So Hometown Heroes is a little bit, more lucrative down payment assistance. That's why it's more sought after.
And that's down payment and closing costs, right?
Yes, it can go for down payment and closing cost assistance, usually, again, up to that 105% loan-to-value cap.
Hometown Heroes is also possibly the only opportunity for some of the larger, more expensive counties to participate in our programs because of the...
As far as, it going a little bit higher, yes.
Yes.
It is, we do, good point, we do more Hometown Heroes volume in the 3 largest counties than we do HAP volume. So, Madam Chair, that's my update for our down payment assistance programs.
Any questions from any member of the board on Hometown Heroes? Hearing none. Okay, David Westcott, thank you so much. Angie, last but certainly not least, an update on available funds.
All right. So last year, we went over a list of proposed funding goals, and as you've heard today, we've moved the needle on several of those. We've also earned a little bit more in investment income, and so want to present the following for your information and input. Categories that we have up there are the same as they were last year. Generator pilot program, we've workshopped and obviously started this process. Bill didn't really get a chance to hit on it, I don't think that much. But we have 21 developments participating to date, 12 elderly, 9 PSH, in 16 counties. We want to continue to expand that. What?
Since we didn't talk about it, and perhaps some of the new board members, I don't know if it was part of their onboarding or not, but if we want to give Bill just a very brief 2-3 minutes just to talk about the generator pilot program.
Oh, yes, this is a program that now it's a requirement for permanent standby generators to be installed in our multifamily developments. We kind of started it with our community residential programs. Our our small group homes for,
If you could clarify, just for special populations or for all of our properties?
it's for
Special needs and elderly.
special needs and
That's,
elderly.
yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah. And so we also looked at it as an important, again, because of just the impact to those households when the power goes out, to look at a pilot to also see what it would take and what would be the cost to offer it on a voluntary basis to those developments that were financed and constructed before we made it a requirement for elderly and permanent supportive housing development. So we wanted to do the pilot to look at what it would cost to help power during outages for mainly just the safety features of the development, which could be elevators, emergency lighting, and then some common space. And so we workshopped it, did an invitation to participate, and now we're in the process of, we worked a lot of work, due diligence with local counties around what the requirements were, what the specifications and the cost would be, say for high-rise, mid-rise, or garden style. And so right now, as Andy said, we have 21 developments at this point that are at different stages of the process, but none have started the installation at this point, and we're looking to add some more developments, so we have a good sample of types of developments in various locations, again, because of the difference in particular, the installation and the fuel storage requirements.
Thank you.
And then you heard quite a lot about preservation. We talked about the 20 million we did last year that we, came to the board and asked to go out with that money. And just kind of to help us think a little bit more expansively about it and to expand the population and include additional developments, staff would like to be thinking about it as more of a $40 million pot. Obviously, we wouldn't do it all at once, and it will come back to you as we move forward to the program. ELI Preservation Unit buy-down, that's the same as last year. As we work through that, we'll come back to you guys again if we decide that more money is warranted in that. David touched on the HAP program, and the HAP DPA really comes into play because there's no employment restrictions on that. It comes into play when Hometown Heroes money runs out and throughout the whole year. Over the last couple of years, that balance in that account has been slightly declining. So it is basically an evergreen program, but with, we had a lot of program income and we peaked kind of during the very low interest rates right around COVID. Huge amount of refinancing. We recouped a lot of program income. That's been going away. We're using about $225,000 a week right now in that, so that is declining, but slowly. And so we do like to go ahead and set aside some funding to think about replenishing that program if we need to. Doc stamps can go into this program, but, that then takes away from whatever appropriation we get. So that's why we would recommend this. And again, if the mobile home program becomes a thing, we could use some of this funding for that as well. And then, of course, we have the reserve that, that's where the data management, disaster recovery, and any other initiatives that you guys come up with. That is staff's recommendation from right now. And again, just like last year, we're not looking for any decision-making. At this point, we would come to you with specific initiatives or any initiatives that you bring to us that we can then develop, and then we'll come back to you again.
Any member of the board have any questions for available funds?
This is just a general question, Angie. I mean, is there anything like keeping you up at night in terms of funding gaps or anything like that?
Yes.
Anything immediate?
Might want to be more specific about that, but.
Anything immediate in terms of, that for the board to consider?
Well, you don't have any recommendations beyond what you've heard today.
Okay.
If there's something specific, happy to look at it.
Questions? All right, I'll straddle quick updates moving into open discussion because it's a little bit of both. But Angie, you and I had some conversations about bringing to the board, and these are some of the things that we've previously discussed in leadership meetings, but whether or not there's any opportunity to create any type of policy around funding. I'm sure we've all, because if I've gotten them, you guys have gotten them too, calls from developers who were originally funded, and then because of a lawsuit, maybe now they're not funded, or they would have been funded if they were next. And so they're calling us and advocating, hey, can you find the resources to fund our project? So has there been any consideration from staff in terms of coming up with a policy whereby any of the special and I would start with special populations before I went to geographic RFAs, but for the special populations, if there's any opportunity to codify some formality around what it would look like for the board to approve funding additional developments when there's additional funds for any of those special population RFAs when they have fallen out for, whatever, obviously not an ineligible application, but again, an application that there wasn't enough money left over in the deal, or again, they were originally funded and then they dropped out because of litigation, or they were no longer a funded entity.
We haven't put together anything specific on that, but it's definitely something that I will write down and put on the list.
Yeah, and I'll also so if there's money left over in an RFA that is a general occupancy RFA, we have historically come back to you all. Like when there's been 9% credits we're always coming back to you all and saying we have awards, we have developments in those specialized demographic RFAs that are eligible but unfunded, and we have this remaining funding. When it comes to the sale, it's a little bit more difficult because you have to be able to pair those with credits to make those transactions work. So sometimes when we have sale left over, it's a bit harder to do that. But if we have those 9% credits, or if there are other resources where they could go towards a special needs population, we're almost always coming back to you all and making that recommendation because we know your support of that and your passion for it. And then, so I would just say that in terms of when we have those leftover resources, we'll always look towards those specialized demographics, knowing that's the board's sort of preference. But it's just hard when you don't have the 9% credit left over. Sometimes it's a bit harder if we only have sale resources left over.
Understood.
I really like that idea.
Okay.
I really do.
Appreciate that. Thank you. All right. Staff, anything else? Then we are opening it up to open discussion for our board. Any member of the board have anything that they wish to discuss?
Tired them out.
Everyone's tired from a long day.
It sounds like you wore us out.
Nobody?
Well, I was going to ask a question, I guess, on preservation, but I was going to ask Melissa, I guess, after, but I'll ask it now. Are we constrained, because I think I asked it in a different way earlier, but I wasn't asking about on preservation. Are we constrained by the same statutory per county funding in order to try to keep some of these projects as they start to roll off? Are we constrained in terms of saying, okay, well, Orange County's losing 1,800 units, and we decided to really focus on Orange County to make sure it didn't lose a sizable percentage of that, for example, next year? Do we have an issue where it's, okay, well, we can't allocate so many resources?
Yeah. And Angie, this comes out of the unrestricted.
As part of this unrestricted deposition and just income earned on other resources that ends up being not specified.
Yeah. So Laura, we don't have those restrictions.
No.
Right. So yeah, we don't have restrictions on that resource for that we're utilizing for the preservation pilot program. So when we have the large counties where it's we should be allocating more resources to this particular county or this particular size county, we don't have those same statutory restrictions.
Okay. If there is no more open discussion from members of the board, then I am going to open it up to public comment earlier. Do we have any member of the public? And I'll just start by saying Lauren is going to start the clock. Any member of the public has 3 minutes either today or tomorrow. Welcome. Name, organization, and then your 3 minutes. Go ahead.
It's hard for me to say my name in 3 minutes. Steve Auger with Birdsong Housing. And first of all, I appreciate y'all doing this and allowing us to be here for this. welcome to the new board members. To me, one of the most exciting things about the Florida housing experience is the range of stuff that that you deal with on a daily basis, right? And you saw that today with all of this stuff. I was at Florida Housing for 17 years, and in one of my early jobs there, when the policy unit had just been created, and we were responsible for responding to legislative requests and that kind of stuff. If you were a tax-exempt bond deal with 4% credits and sale and guaranteed through the guarantee fund, and there was also a compliance file, there was 5 files on that development in Florida Housing. And when you wanted to get information about that, you pull all 5 files together. They all say something slightly different, right? And so, and so our data journey began, right? And so to hear about the things that y'all were doing with the data management unit and that you can trust that. And I know that, because I'm one of those geeks that reads the information, and reads the budget, right? It's been a significant investment by the corporation to do that. And I appreciate you doing that. And I appreciate your commitment to that, because that data, being able to do things, in the flexibility that you have, and in my short time here, let me focus on that. To me, the magic of Florida Housing is its flexibility, right? It was privatized in 1998 from being a regular state agency so that it could do some things a little more flexibly. And it has much more flexibility than most state agencies have. And protecting that flexibility, I think, has been one of the most important things that the board has done over the years. And I encourage you to think about, just continuing to protect that. That gave us the flexibility when Bill came to me and said, hey, I got this school district that wants to do this thing, and we got some home, can we try this rental assistance thing, right? And we could do that. When all of a sudden in the foreclosure crisis, we're getting all kinds of federal money, and David and his team came up with all kinds of programs. We had 2 years of tax credit deals dead in the water that Kevin and the underwriters figured out how to close, and then here recently with things like CHIRP, where Melissa's team and various folks, have been able to go create stuff working with the stakeholders. That's really powerful stuff that most agencies don't have the flexibility to just do. And in my mind, Florida, part of the success of all that has been the principled way in which that has continued to happen. We've not had an asset management rule ever, I don't think, right? And we've been working deals out for 20, 30 years. And the reason we haven't had to craft a rule around it is because there's been a principled way of doing that. And continuing to protect that flexibility, right? Because when developers get stuck, they want you to create a formal process. They want you to create a new rule for this thing or that thing. But there's a lot of deals that wouldn't get done if you didn't have that flexibility. Thank you. Thanks for all you're doing.
Of course, thank you. Any other member of the public that wishes to speak? Hearing none. Nothing else from the board?
I could find something.
No, please don't. Nothing else from staff? Okay, I too want to acknowledge our 3 new board members. Welcome, we are so happy to have you. Thank you to the entire board. Special thanks to staff. I want to remind our stakeholders that complained about the fact that deadlines are the same time as our board meetings, that pressure was not just on you, it was also on staff. So kudos to staff. Thank you everyone for coming. We are adjourned. See you tomorrow.